Good morning, Professor Dr. Jessie Barrot, professors, and my classmates. Welcome to today's special academic lecture series. We are delighted to have you all here to what promises to be an educative day. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Smith Asa, a lecturer and a Ph.D. in ELT and your MC today. To start this morning session, I would like to cordially invite the Ph.D. in ELT chair, Associate Professor Dr. Akraponwa Maihom, to deliver the opening speech.
Very good morning from Thailand. Ni hao ma to my Chinese student, Ning Kalaba to my Burmese student. Today it is very honor for us to have Professor Jessie once again with us online. All right. Actually, at the first stage, I'm planning to invite him to talk to you in person. Unfortunately, some technical problems. So that's why we change our plan from on-site workshops to online academic event. But it is highly hoped to have Professor Jessie with us in person at BU campus very soon in the near future. Because Professor Jessie is our regular guest speakers, not just giving a lecture, but also being external examiner as well. Last few months, he officially invited to be the external examiner for 3 chapters basic defense examination. Thank you very much for that. And a question that's for the batch 4, there are 8 students from Cameroon and 1 from Thailand. I think 8 of them maybe have your high consideration to be the external examiners in the near future. Because all these 8 students they are going to complete their coursework next term. And after that, they are going to conduct their research. All right. So if the PhD thesis title is suitable for your expertise, we would like to invite you in advance to be the external examiner for our batch 4 student. Today, I think not just our batch 4 student attend this webinar, but also there are some senior students and also the external academic partners from different universities coming to attend this webinar. The topic that will be carried out by our professor today is very interesting and also very trendy. That is ELT and transcultural communication practices in multilingual and multicultural settings. It is very trendy in this multicultural communication. All right. Professor Jessie, please bear in mind that during your lecture from the morning session until the afternoon session, I also assign my student to do something relevant to your lecture. Please speak slowly because I'm afraid that some of them might be following your lecture if you speak so fast, and they cannot get the point to give me the report relevant to your lecture today. Now it's good time for all of us to have Professor Jessie. I am on behalf of the BIU president. Now I'm not dean anymore. My second term just ended yesterday, but still I am the chairman of PhD program and also the editor of the BRU ELT journal. We would like to thank you very so much on behalf of university, on behalf of faculty, and also our PhD program for your invaluable time to be with us today from morning until the afternoon session. So I would like to invite all of you, please join me in giving a big round of applause to express our sincere thanks to Professor Jessie. And please allow me to take this good opportunity.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Dr. Akarapon Noamai for the warm welcome speech. Now it's time to introduce our esteemed invited speaker, Professor Dr. Jessie Barrot. Dr. Jessie Barrot is an Assistant Vice President for Research and Development at the National University in Philippines. In 2023, he was recognized by the Stanford University Eslover as one of the world's top 2% most influential researchers, ranking first in education and linguistics among Philippines-based scholars. Dr. Barrot has received 4 prestigious international awards and grants from renowned organizations, including TESOL International Association and the National Academy of Education in USA. He has served as a research fellow and consultant for various projects and conducted over 170 workshops and seminars globally. As a prolific author, Dr. Barrot has written 21 textbooks and published over 70 scholarly works in top-tier journals. He also reviewed for more than 70 Scopus and ISI journals and served as an editor-in-chief and advisory board member for various academic publications. His contribution continued to elevate the National University's global academic standing. Today, he's going to share his expertise on ELT and Transcultural Communicative practices in multilingual and multicultural settings. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Barrot for an impactful presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that kind introduction. And of course, to my dear friend, thank you so much, Ajahn Akarapon, for the kind invitation.
Dr. Barrot, okay,
Yep.
Dr. Barrot,
Yep.
we'll now begin with the morning lecture. Please make sure to take notes, that is to the participants, and prepare any questions for the question and answer session later at the end of his morning presentation. Dr. Barrot, please, you may invite participants to ask questions once you are done with the morning session lecture. Dr. Barrot, the floor is now yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So again, thank you so much to your introduction and to the invitation of my dear friend Ajahn Akarapon. And thanks for the heads up on making my delivery slower so that the students can easily process all the information that I'll be sharing. And by the way, congrats to your, I think is it a new appointment or still the same appointment of being the chair of the PhD program in ELT. And I've also learned that we have students from different countries here. Like we have Chinese, am I right? We have Burmese, we have from Cameroon, and then we have from Thailand. So probably since this is just a small group, probably some of the students can briefly introduce themselves so that I would at least know you personally. Please mention the country where you originated. And since we're talking about transcultural communication, also please share please share one cultural or social practice that is done in your country, but different from countries. No, the social practice that is probably unique to your country. Okay, so can we have the first student to introduce himself or herself? Wants to volunteer? I think we are only less than 10 here. Anyone who wants to start?
All right. Professor Barrot, once more, good morning to you, my professor and my classmates. I am Asa Smith. I'm a Cameroonian, and also I'm a student in the ELT program, batch 4. I'm also a lecturer here in Buriram, Rajabhat University. So as far as Cameroon is concerned, Cameroon is a country that is culturally very diverse, linguistically very diverse. Educationally, there are two educational systems that operate in Cameroon. We have the French educational system, as well as the English education system. So when it comes to the aspect of culture, like I earlier mentioned, so Cameroon is a very rich country when it comes to cultural diversity. So I would like to share two aspects about culture in Cameroon that are very unique. When I would like to start with food. Yes, one particular kind of food that is prepared in the northwest region of Cameroon is what we refer to as achu. Achu is a kind of achu is spelled A-C-H-U. Achu. So you can always maybe Google it on Facebook and you see the preparation process. And achu is very, very unique Cameroonian food that originates from the northwest region. And if you go to the southwest region, all Southwesterners who are from the Southwest region, one very common, unique food for the people of the Southwest is watafufu and ero. Watafufu and ero. So watafufu is made from cassava, yes, and then ero is a vegetable, kind of vegetable that is prepared and eaten with it. Then when we go to achu, achu is made from taro or cocoyams, and then the soup is always yellow soup, and sometimes you can have, yes, so it is eaten with the finger, not with a spoon. Yes, with the hand, probably you use your finger to eat it. So that is one cultural aspect when it comes to food in Cameroon that is very specific about Cameroon. So I will not like to go to the second aspect. I would like to give the floor to my classmates to also share their own perspective about culture in either China or, I think my classmate from Thailand is not here, so all of them now are Chinese, so they'll probably have something to say about China.
Yep. By the way, what makes achu soup yellow? Because I'm looking at it now and it's really, really intense yellow.
Yes. What actually makes achu soup yellow is the combination of limestone.
Limestone.
And yes, limestone.
Limestone.
It's used. You use limestone. Then we dissolve it in water. Once it is dissolved in water, we can warm palm oil. Or oil palm, as some people call it. Some people call it oil palm oil. Okay. When you bring these two combinations together, it forms that yellow color.
That's why.
And then other spices now can be added to it to make it delicious.
Yeah, now I'm wondering what this soup tastes.
It tastes
Yeah.
so delicious.
Yeah, I must try this very, very soon. Thank you so much for sharing that one.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can proceed to another student probably. Anyone may start introducing themselves. How about those from China? I think China is a very big country. I've been to China once only. And I think it really varies depending on the region where you stay in China. Anyone from China? Probably can I probably call some? Like, who are the students here? How about Kelsey? Kelsey is student also.
Yes, Professor.
Yep.
As for in China, and first of all, I would like to say some such for the arts. So the Chinese traditional arts is a kind of a vivid reflection of a cultural diversity, and such as the Chinese opera is a prime example. And just with more than 300 local operas. So such as Beijing Opera, I do not know whether you have heard it before.
Not yet, actually.
Yes, it's known as a quintessence of Chinese culture, and just a combined singing, dancing, acting, yes, and also some the aerobatics, and also is elaborate facial makeup and representing the different characters' personalities. So it's a kind of a unique art form. Yes. So I think this is a kind of intercultural, especially for the arts. And also often this kind of opera, this kind of Chinese opera, and just telling stories of love and also historical events. And in addition, and there are various forms of traditional handicrafts. And sometimes we can combine the opera and with the handicrafts. So this is what I just want to share about the intercultural.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing those. So it only shows that China is really, really rich when it comes to like a culture. I have a lot of Chinese students here in the Philippines, and they really love, especially the, how do you call that, the ceramic designs. No, they always share with me things about the ceramics, no, and some designs that they use in ceramics. Thank you so much, Kelsey, for that one. How about Eden?
Hello, Professor.
Hello. Yep. Morning.
Yeah, morning. For example, it's about Chinese food. So it's a favorite. It's famous for its variety. It's how different regions have their own signature dishes and cooking styles. For example, Sichuan province is known for its spicy and bold flavors. Yeah, and like tofu and chicken. For example, in Western, like in my hometown, Jilin province, we like the barbecue. It's very famous.
Oh.
Yes.
I've been to, Baoji. You know Baoji, right? It's a place there in China, Baoji near Xi'an. And I tried the food there, and they said that the food there is somewhat different from Sichuan is on the south part of China. Is it part of the southern area of China?
No,
No.
Baoji belongs to the western part of China.
Yeah, how about the Sichuan cuisine is from which region?
Sichuan is western, southwestern part of China.
South. It's southwestern. It has a different like flavor, right? Compared to central or western or northern part probably of China.
Yeah. Just different parts in China have a different kinds of a geographical diversity. They have a geographical diversity, so different flavors of the food. And such as for us, we just live in the northeast part of China, and it is totally different from the southwestern part. Yes. Welcome, Professor, to come to northeast part of China.
Yeah, I must go there and try the food there. Right. Thanks so much for those sharing. How about Jessie? Is Jessie around or not yet?
Okay.
Okay, hello, Professor. Nice to meet you. Thank you for giving the webinar. As to the cultural diversity, I just like to talk about the regional differences in China. For example, in the northern part of China, people just like to eat wheat-based cuisine. For example, dumpling, all kinds of pies, and steamed stuffed buns. Well, people in southern China, they just like to eat rice. And for example, the rice or the noodles made from rice, because people have different flavors as to the eating habits. And that's my opinion to share with you. Thank you.
Well, it's also about food, no? Thanks so much. And you are Jessie, right? Am I right? What's your name again?
What you wish? Excuse me? Pardon?
What's your name again? What's your name again?
My Chinese name is Yang Yongfeng. My English name is Jessie. Yes,
okay.
different
Yeah, we have
from your name.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. Okay, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Jessie. How about Kong?
Yes, I'm here. Nice to meet you.
Hi. Nice to meet you too.
I'm a minority in China, in Mongolia. In my province, where I live, there are many kind of nationalities, cultures, such as the Mongolian, Parsi, and Manchu. My people don't eat dog meat and horse meat, and we have some cultures such as wrestling, horse riding, and archery. Some people speak Mongolian in my country, in my province. Sorry. We worship fire, and it is said that the name of Mongolia nations comes from fire. That's why we have some special festivals, such as the fire festival.
Fire festival.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Because in Mongolian we call Mongol. The fire is Mongol. It's very similar. It's a nice thing.
Is it the same with? Is it Nadam Festival? Nadam Festival?
Yes.
That one. Oh, okay. So you are living
in China,
again
in
inner Mongolia?
Inner Mongolia, yes.
Inner Mongolia. Okay. I haven't been to that area yet. Probably soon I'm gonna visit that place. Very, very interesting place. Anyway, thank you so much for sharing that, Kong. How about Shan, am I right?
Shan is using the restroom. She'll be back.
Okay. How about Whitney?
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
I'd like to say something about the tea culture in China.
Oh.
Yeah, Chinese tea culture is very profound and
Mm-hmm.
it has long history. China is the hometown of tea, and tea has been an important part of Chinese people's daily life for thousands of years. There are various types of tea in China, including green tea, black tea, oolong tea, white tea, yellow tea, and also dark tea. And each type of tea.
So many types of tea.
But we like Thai tea. Yeah. Each type of tea has its own unique flavor and different protection process, and also different health benefits. It includes many steps, such as selecting the tea leaves, preparing the tea sets, brewing tea, and also serving tea. Different types of tea require different brewing methods to bring out their best flavors. For example, the green tea is usually brewed with water at a relatively low temperature to preserve the fresh and delicate taste. And the black tea can be brewed with hotter water to release its rich flavor. So a little that I'd like to share. Thank you.
Yeah, I can relate to that one because my Chinese students love gifting me with a lot of tea. In fact, here right now at home, I have so many teas here, and I couldn't consume all because there's just too many. No, but I really love Chinese tea, especially oolong tea. No, I so love that one. Anyway, so thank you so much for briefly introducing yourselves and sharing some of the unique cultural features of your respective countries. And you know, similar with communication, different countries, different areas also have this different ways of communicating with one another, and that's why this is very much related to the thing that we will be discussing today, which is about transcultural communication in multilingual and students in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Buriram Rajabhat University is composed of students from different cultures. I'm pretty sure that you are all practicing transcultural communication. And if I may just briefly share with you, when I was still young, when I was still, I think, teenager, no, I was really afraid of seeing foreigners and talking to them, because especially the white ones, no, the white foreigners, the Caucasians. It was very, very hard for me during that time. And you know, when they speak and I didn't understand what they were saying, I just say yes, 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 even if I don't understand it. I just nod my head, even if I don't understood what they said. So because I was not really comfortable and familiar yet on how to deal with these foreigners. And you know, and I'm pretty sure that some of you have experienced that as well. And this kind of experience is an opportunity for us English teachers or ELT teachers to revisit our practices inside the classroom and find ways on how we can probably help our students interact with people from other cultures. So that's why this leads me to the topic on discussing the relationship between English language teaching and transcultural communication, again in a multilingual and multicultural setting. Before I start, let me please allow me to share first my PowerPoint. Okay, so I hope that my slides are clear. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, that's great. So basically, since this is a whole day session, I'll be dividing this into two major sections. So the first session will be focusing on assessing yourselves when it comes to transcultural communication. We will also be discussing some theoretical insights about this concept. And in the afternoon, we will be focusing on the pedagogical aspect of transcultural communication. So before we start, let me share with you first some scenarios and then try to figure out the problem or the issues that emerge from this particular situation. Let's start with the first scenario. This is about a Western, probably American or British professor emailing a Japanese colleague using a casual tone, using first name basis, and then the Japanese professor does not respond for a long time. Why do you think so? What do you think is the cultural misunderstanding here? Anyone is free to share their thoughts. What do you think is the problem here? Why did the Japanese professor did not immediately respond?
Yes, to me, I will just give a guess answer.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, I think that the Japanese professor did not respond because the Western professor did not give him the necessary respect, maybe by addressing him as a professor or with a title before using his first name. So that is my own view.
Yeah, that's a very good answer, no? And you know that we all know that if it's the Western-oriented way of communication, they use just the first name, no, of colleague. So, but when it comes to Asian, many Asian countries really have this formality and hierarchy when it comes to correspondences or communication. So sometimes these people would consider the less formal approach as something that is disrespectful. So you're correct in saying that the Western professor might have failed to use the right approach to addressing the Japanese professor. So what could possibly be the approach in solving the problem? What could be the solution if that's the case?
Maybe an approach to solve the problem could be that the professor, from the Western professor, can still write the Japanese professor and apologizing, then apologizing that maybe because of cultural differences and he did not actually maybe address it properly. So he now used the proper way to address him. I think in that way he has. Then secondly, another idea could still be that he could still write the professor and find out what actually that he did that was wrong, that is taking him to reply. Maybe if the professor, the Japanese professor, is open enough, the professor can let him know that the way in which he was addressed, he's not happy about it. In this way, it will now create cultural awareness to the Western professor on how to address Japanese people or any Japanese professor in future life.
Yep. So that's correct, no? As someone who is coming from a Western culture, they should know the practices, no? The practices in the country where he will be sending an email to, because probably a Japanese professor felt disrespected with the way the email, with the way he was addressed by the Western professor. And this can also be a two-way approach. So the Western professor should know the context of the Japanese professor. And in the same way, the Japanese professor should also know the context of the Western professor and understand that the Western professor does not mean any harm and doesn't really want to disrespect him, but it's just the way Western professionals address their colleagues from other countries. So this, I think the cultural misunderstanding would be solved if this is a two-way approach, no? Both from the perspective of the Western professor and the perspective of the Japanese professor. Let's go to the second scenario. Here, a European executive, probably a president or vice president of a company, meets a Middle Eastern client, and the executive from Europe extends his hand for a handshake, but the client hesitates. No, instead he placed his hands on his chest. So, what could probably be the cause of the hesitation of the client from the Middle East? We can have other students like to explain this situation. What might be the cause of the hesitation of the client from Middle East? Why did he not like do a handshake as well?
Let me have a try.
Okay.
So I think this hesitation maybe just because the cultural differences in the greeting customs. And as I know that in many Middle Eastern countries, and there was some the physical contact, such as the handshakes, but that is not allowed, and by religions or the social choices. And maybe there were some cultures, and the men and women may just avoid the physical contact. So also, and maybe even among some men, and some may just prefer reserve the physical greetings. And I think maybe this is the reason. And this gesture just conveys respect and sincerity. Maybe this executives offer the handshake may have been unexpected. So it's just hesitate.
So you are correct in saying that the possible cause of this problem might be linked to religious or cultural reasons, no? Because there are countries in the Middle East that do not prefer handshake. Instead, they use they don't want physical contact, just like if I'm not mistaken, just like in Afghanistan, no? They really don't like this physical contact with stranger, so that could possibly force the Middle Eastern client not to do a handshake with a European executive. And what the executive can probably do is just observe the other person's body language and do not take that as something that he would feel he was disrespected, but just the problem emanated from this religious and cultural reasons. And the next time that he deals with another Middle Eastern, he would be more aware or more conscious with the way he would greet another person from the Middle East. How about this third scenario? An American manager gives a direct criticism to a Korean employee about a report, and the employee remains silent and does not argue. But when he submitted the report, he didn't still change the errors in the report. So what do you think went wrong in the communication between the American manager and the Korean employee? What went wrong with their interaction? Can we have other students probably?
Hello, Professor. I like something to share with my classmates. Okay,
Yep.
I think for the American manager, maybe the best way is to directly point out what the Korean employee should do, not to criticize. Just criticize means you just cannot control your emotions. So you just need to say directly what they should correct or what they should do in the right way. And for the Korean employee, I think maybe just remain silent and doesn't argue, but later submit the same report and change. It's a kind of rebellion. Maybe maybe the employees was not satisfied with that kind of the manager's response. It's just rebellion or disagreement with that kind of action, but he has nothing to do because he's inferior to the superior. So I think for the American manager, the best way is to communicate in the correct way and to know the cultural differences and to cultivate IOC better. Thank you.
Correct. That's very good. No, so it's all about the delivery. It's not really bad to give some feedback and criticism to anyone, but what's crucial here is the approach of the American manager, because Americans are usually very direct, very confrontational, but Asians like Koreans are not like that. No, we usually avoid confrontations, and we usually avoid giving harsh comments to anybody. So this is like a clash of cultures of the American manager and the Korean employees. So you are correct in saying that the Korean manager could have been more indirect and constructive with his approach. And if that would be the case, then I'm pretty sure that the Korean employee would really accept this feedback and criticisms and improve the reports that he prepared earlier. No, we also have another situation on this. I'm pretty sure that many of you can relate to this one, because this is about China also. So there's this Western tourist in China, probably again American, who gives a clock as a thank you gift to a local host. So the host looks uncomfortable and does not accept it. Why? Why do you think so? What's the culture? Is this really true? I don't know, but I haven't received any clock from my Chinese student also. Is there something wrong about gifting
อาจารย์
a
เขาประเมิน
clock?
ยังคะ
ที่เราไปขึ้น
อ๋อ
โอ้จะขึ้นไปชั้นสองอะ
ใช่ค่ะ
ไปชั้นสองเพราะว่าไม่ปีนี้น่าจะไม่มีประเมินว่ามัน
อ้าว
ประเมินไปอะไรนะไปเรื่องเกรดมันตกไปแล้ว
อ้าวเหรอคะ ก็คือเรา
Oh, who wants to share their ideas here? Is it really, why is it uncomfortable to have clock as a thank you gift?
Hello.
Yep.
珊珊说。
Yep, you may proceed.
Explain this because in Chinese culture, giving a clock as a gift can imply wishing someone death.
Oh.
It sounds similar to final in Mandarin.
Ah, okay. Any type of clock, like even watch, is not a good gift, or just the clock, the big one?
The big one is the I think in my country both two not very good, but I don't my thing don't know in other province.
So in your case, even the watch is not a good gift.
It depends.
Yeah.
Not especially not on his birthday.
Okay, okay. That's interesting. So clock, the big one, definitely no, right?
No.
Definitely no.
Hello, Professor. Excuse me.
Yep.
Okay, as to the clock, it has nothing to do with the size.
Ah.
Even if you just present the clock as a present, so it's a kind of unit, just because clock, the Chinese pronunciation is 中, which means finality, death, the end of the life. Yeah, just because the pronunciation of clock in Chinese, 中, means finality in English. Yeah. So if you want to send somebody a clock as a gift, no, it's forbidden. Yeah, but sometimes
okay.
if you give the watch as a present to some Chinese, it just depends. Watch is different from clock, but you just need to think about the relationship between you and the others. Yeah, because clock.
So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you also have to consider, if it's a watch, you also have to consider the relationship between the
watch is
receiver
okay.
and the giver.
Yeah, watch is okay, but you should think a lot
Okay.
about whether you just want to give a watch to others just because, and what kind of situation. Here is different. Watch is allowed, but clock is forbidden. Yeah.
Yeah. What else are the gifts, the items that I should not give as a gift to a Chinese person, aside from clock?
Yeah, except from clock.
What is that?
Shoes.
Shoes?
Yes. Yes.
Ah, shoes also.
Just because sometimes if the shoes are taken as the gift and it has the similar how to say similar sound and as the
evil.
Yes, evil things.
Okay. Evil. So it relates to evil. Evil. EVIL, right?
EVII. Yeah, because they have a similar sounds.
Evil and devil.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so
it just depends on different situations, such as just now Jessie said about the watch, and usually it can be taken as a gift, but it usually cannot be taken as the birthday gift.
Okay.
Yes, just because the birthday is taken as very important in China, and you especially on this day, and if just send some watch or clock, and maybe watch is allowed. Well, watch is sometimes taken as the usage as the watch or as the clock. So usually it cannot be taken as the birthday present.
Yep, now I know. And I think the most common gifts that I receive from Chinese friends as well is, like, they usually give these decorative items. They give fruits also. They give tea, is a very popular very popular gift also from my Chinese friends and students. So these are the more common gifts that one can give and receive, from a Chinese individual, right?
So
okay.
What is tea?
Tea, huh?
Tea. Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
tea is very good.
Yeah,
tea is very good.
like oolong tea, green tea. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so let's go to the last item, last situation. I don't know if it's also true to Chinese, but in the Philippines, this is so true. Like a German, again, a European businessman arrives exactly on time for a meeting in Latin America, only to find that others arrive 30 minutes late. So the schedule is the meeting will start at 9 a.m., but the Latin Americans arrive at 9:30. This situation is very similar to the Philippines. That's why we have this term called Filipino time. Many Filipinos are usually late. But when they go to other countries, they are always on time. But here in the Philippines, among themselves here, they are always late. So similar to that situation, there seems to be some cultural differences. So what do you think should the German businessman what should the German businessman do in this particular situation? Are Chinese Chinese students also very particular with time? Like if you say 9, it should be 9 a.m.? Or no, not really?
So, in German culture and culturally, it's the high values. Germans that attach to the wheels time as a linear and precise resource. Arrived on time for meeting is not just a courtesy, but a sign of respect, reliability, and professionally leader. So in contrast, in many Latin American cultures, the time is often perceived more flexibly. The concept of Latin American time is well known. Where it being fashionably late, especially for social or business gathering, is more accessible. This is because the relationships and the quality of interaction are sometimes prioritized over stressed adherence to schedules. So in China, it's the same about the in German cultures. Yes.
On time, right?
Yeah,
so you
on
are
time.
on time.
Yeah, it's very straight
Yeah.
on time. It's
Yeah.
very important.
Correct. And perhaps no, the businessman in this particular
And
situation.
in business situation in China, if in formal business, it's usually it's required to arrive 5 minutes early. If
Oh.
9, we need to arrive at 8:50, 55.
Yeah. So it's very similar, no? Although Chinese are Asians, it's more of like leaning towards the German or the Western style. How about in Cameroon?
Well,
Are Cameroonians very
generally
particular with time
speaking,
also?
in Cameroon, it's good to be on time in a formal setting. But generally, if it's something like partying, when we say 7 a.m., or let's say you say 7 p.m., then get your shoes ready at 8 p.m. Because if you go at 7 p.m., you won't find anyone except you're ready to be ready to wait. But if it's in a formal setting, maybe like at the job site, job time is always being respected. But when it's in an informal setting, like maybe a party or other social gatherings, then being late is like being on time. Thank you.
Yep. So it shows that really being on time is really a show of respect, no, across many cultures. Although there are some instances wherein being late is something acceptable. Now, the things that I have shared with you, I think there's an echoing of my voice. I don't know where it is coming from. Oh, there. There's no echo anymore. So all of these scenarios that I have shared with you is in fact these things showcase transcultural communication, no? And I'm pretty sure that every one of us have experienced dealing with people from other cultures, and we have also somehow experienced these kinds of misunderstandings, no? In some cases, it's to a greater extent, but in some cases, it's very, very minor. Now, before we start, I prepared here. So sorry, but there's an echo again. Probably we can mute the sound. Hello? Yeah, there. So there's no echo anymore. Okay. So before we start, I prepared here a simple assessment to measure your transcultural communicative competence. This is very important because, you know, as language teachers, we should also display some sort of competence in dealing with people from other cultures. And the basic principle here is how can we teach transcultural communication if we ourselves as teachers do not exhibit this kind of competence. So in this particular assessment, I think I have here 25 items. If you have paper and pencil with you, please get one, and then let's try to answer each item. The lowest score that you can give is 1, and then the highest score is 5. Okay, so you will be assigning a score from 1 to 5 for each of the items that I will be sharing with you. And then later we'll just try to total your scores and interpret your level of competence when it comes to transcultural communication. Let me share with you the first slide. You have paper and pen with you now? You may if you don't have paper and pen with you, you can just use your laptop in identifying your answer. So here's the first set of items. Again, the lowest is 1, the highest is 5. I'll give you a few minutes to read the items.
Excuse me, Professor, what do you want us to do? We choose just one of the items?
Oh, you answer all items.
Okay.
Yeah, answer all items 1 to 5. Can we go to the next slide now? Let me know if
yes, my
we should
classmates,
stay still.
done. Okay.
You're done? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, let's go to the next slide now. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Let me know if we should still stay.
We
But
go to the next slide.
we'll go to the next slide now.
Sure, please.
There. Okay, next slide.
We are finished.
Yeah,
We are finished
next
with
slide.
this. All right, we are done. Okay, we are done.
Okay, so perfect. So let's go now. The next step that you need to do is to total the scores that you have from items 1 to 25. So the lowest possible score that you can have is 25, and the highest possible score is 125. So I'll give you a minute or two to to total the scores that you got from this assessment. And then I'll show you the interpretation. Okay, let me show you the scores and their interpretation there. So as you can see here, the higher scores indicate greater transcultural communicative competence. So from this assessment, I have shown you that there are basically 5 areas that you can probably use to measure the transcultural competence of the students. So we can have we have here cultural awareness. We also have intercultural sensitivity. We also have adaptability and flexibility. We also have language proficiency and pragmatic skills. And then the last one is on intercultural conflict resolution. So you just look at your score. I will not ask anymore what your score is, but this is really for your personal consumption. The good thing of knowing the transcultural communicative competence of students is that you would be able to know where to focus on when you are teaching English to them and when you are promoting transcultural communication. So if you feel that if in the assessment they are weak at adaptability and flexibility, so you can have more activities related to adaptability and flexibility. If you observe that your students lack pragmatic skills, then you can, at least as English teacher, you can focus on this aspect of transcultural communication. So it's very, very important for us to determine, of course, as teachers, our own competence in this area, and also determining the competence of our students so that we would be able to find ways on how we can improve their overall transcultural communication competence. Now, let's proceed now to some theoretical insights about transcultural competence. I think the first thing that we have to understand is what is culture. Okay, so I have here 3 different sets of definition of what culture is. The first one is about the set of behaviors, beliefs, attitude, and historical circumstances associated with a certain language. It is also related to knowledge and values shared by a community or group of people. It also pertains to codes and rules, that make communication contextually appropriate and also promotes contextually appropriate behavior within a certain group. So in this particular case, culture is conceived as to be what the individual needs to know to be a functional and a relevant member of a community. So given these 3 definitions, we can see that there are keywords that we can associate with culture. The first one is there should be a group or community, right? The group or community can be a small in small scale, like a classroom can be a community. It can also be in a large scale, like at the level of country, like Thailand or China or Cameroon or Philippines, no? So it's a large scale context of how we can interpret culture. Another feature of culture, aside from involving a group or community, is it must be shared. No, it must be a shared practice, shared knowledge, or shared values. And as I've mentioned, the third component would be it must be related to knowledge, attitude or values, and behavior. And since we're talking about transcultural communication, another important aspect aside from the three, like the first one is group or community, the second one is must be shared, the third one, it should relate to knowledge, attitude, and behavior. Another important ingredient is language, okay, which is used for communication. Now, there are certain layers of culture that we need to understand, as I have mentioned a while back. There is this individual level, and then from the individual level, we can have the interpersonal level. When we say interpersonal level, it relates to immediate community. It can be about your friends. It can be about your classmates. It can be about your family. So that one relates to interpersonal level. There's this institutional or community level, like at Buriram Rajabhat University. If you have a certain culture there, then that's at the institutional level. Let's say one village in the Philippines share the same orientations, the same values, the same norms and social practices, then that would fall under institutional level. And then the largest one is the broad cultural context of culture. This is the society in general, just like what I've shared a while back. Could be about the Thai people, can be about the Chinese people, can be about the Filipinos in general, and they have this set of practices and behavior that make the Filipinos or the Chinese or the Thai people distinct from other countries. Now, I think the problem, if there is an alignment, no, among these levels, individual, interpersonal, organizational, and institutional, and then the broad cultural context, then interactions among people would be smoother. But sometimes there are clashes among these layers, like your personal culture might differ from the culture of the university, or the beliefs of one person is different from the beliefs of the team. So definitely there will be some conflicts there. Like if one culture is very traditional and the other culture is very progressive, then definitely there will be a clash, no, between this culture. So it's just up to us on how we can address this conflicts between and among these different cultures, and this is where transcultural communication competence sets in. Like remember, one of the areas in transcultural communication is conflict resolution, and I think that's one thing that we need to improve among our students when we teach any language to them. I'm curious now, no, because most of you are Chinese, and we have from other countries as well. Have you experienced in your stay in a different country like Thailand? Have you experienced some sort of clash in cultures, and how did you respond to these differences in cultures? I'm pretty sure this happened particularly when you were just new in Thailand.
Yes, I would like to share my experience when I first came to Thailand. That was in 2017.
8 years
The
ago.
first, yes, 8 years ago. So the first time I tasted Thai food, it's like, what?
It's really different.
Because in Cameroonian context, you will not find people cooking and using sugar as an ingredient in food.
Oh,
You can't get
really?
that. But when you come in Thailand, you discover that Thai foods are mostly sugary, contains a lot
Sweet.
of sugar,
Mm,
sweet.
sweet, yeah.
So that is one thing that was like a cultural shock to me. But as time goes on, because I also had some knowledge about culture already in the teachers training college, cultural differences and how to maybe overcome them. So I discovered that it is a norm because the people in Thailand, they grew up to live like that. And therefore, if I am looking at it different, it's because I grew up in a different society where sugar was used for different purposes. Maybe we know that sugar is used for tea. Sugar can be used to eat gari. Those are the two things that I know that sugar can be used with. But in Thailand, virtually about 80% of their food contained sugar. So that
Yeah.
is an example of a cultural shock that I came across during when I first come to Thailand. But right
Okay.
now, I do eat Thai food comfortably with or without sugar.
How about the way you interact with Thai people?
Yes, about the way I interact with Thai people, I try at the beginning, I just have to learn. And then I'm very careful, especially when it comes to greetings. Like when I came to Thailand first, I need to observe how my friends who were already here in Thailand were interacting with Thais. Because in Cameroon, we normally greet by shaking hands if you are in the English part of Cameroon, because I told you Cameroon is a country that has a lot to do with cultural diversity, whether it is language, whether it is food or whatever. So I have to be very observant before I perform an action. I have to maybe ask my friends. And I also have very good friends because they teach me about the do's and don'ts in Thailand, as well as with
Nice.
my own personal and professional know-how. I could easily navigate these cultural differences and be with Thai people up to now that I'm in Thailand.
So it is really great to have this support group, no? And they are Cameroonians also.
Yes, we have a very strong Cameroonian community
Great.
here in Thailand.
Okay,
And on the
great.
5th and on the 5th and the 6th of April, that is next month, we have the Cameroonian Cultural Festival that will be taking place in Bon Ratchathani province of Thailand. So we always have this festival once in a year.
Yeah, so that group support is really, really crucial, no, for your adjustment, no, when it comes to dealing and interacting with your Thai professors and classmates, or even in your community. And aside from that one, you also mentioned that you really did a lot of research also about Thailand, and it also helped you, no, in dealing with this new culture, new environment when you went to Thailand. Now, I'm very much interested also on what happened to our Chinese students when they first arrived, particularly those who did not have any support group. Are there anyone here who did not like get a support group from Chinese students prior to arriving in Thailand? Or all of you have this support group already before arriving in Thailand?
For example, so what I memorized when I first came into Thailand, I got used to the Thai English. And especially when I had class with my teachers, and I'm not used to their pronunciation and even their words. And just because the Thai English is totally different from Chinese English, and also especially from the listening and speaking. So sometimes I cannot understand at first. And then especially for their accents, and also sometimes just made some misunderstandings. And for the solution, and usually I will just ask my students now who will be good at their listening, and also they will just tell me again. So this is the first one, and also I try my best to communicate with the Thai people, especially to get used to their accent and also their ways of speaking.
Yeah. Have you tried like you also have access to YouTube or no?
I think it is not a kind of exercise, just because when I came to Thailand and I just had some travels and to the different parts of Thailand. So I had a lot of dialogues with the people in different places. So I think that really did a very good help for me.
Yeah. And you know what you have experienced, I also experienced that when I had my first interaction with Thai people as well. No, I was really, that was several years ago, like probably around 10 years ago. And I also had these difficulties in, because they have this different way of pronouncing words, and then sometimes you would be confused on what that word means, but when you ask them to spell it out, and then you will realize, oh, that's the word that they are saying. So that's true, no? And I think that the way Thai people pronounce English words is somewhat no, somewhat similar with how the Vietnamese also pronounce English words, but that's true, no? When you expose yourselves a lot to the way they speak, eventually you'd be able to adjust, and it would be easier for us to understand what they are saying. In the same way, in the Philippines, many native speakers have a hard time understanding what Filipinos are saying because of their accent as well. And in the same way, Filipinos sometimes struggle also understanding the way Chinese pronounce English words. So you see, because of the influence of the first language, no, somehow it really affects or shapes how they pronounce also the English words. And sometimes this differences in the pronunciation affects also the smoothness and the clarity of interaction and communication among people from different culture. So but that's really common, no? That's really common. And these problems happens in different contexts or types of cultural communication. And this leads me to sharing with you the different types of communication within the context of cultural dynamics. No, the first one is we have the intracultural communication. That's the two oranges, no? The intracultural communication. This communication refers to a type of communication that occurs within a single culture, like Thai people talking among themselves, Filipinos among Filipinos, and Chinese among Chinese students. They share the same cultural background. It involves interactions between people who understand and share similar cultural norms, values, and communication patterns. So there are less possibility of some intercultural or transcultural communication conflicts, now if it's intracultural communication, because they share a lot of things when it comes to culture and the way they communicate with one another. The next level is the intercultural communication, the apple and the pear, right? So when we say intercultural communication, it involves the interactions between individuals and groups from different cultures, like Chinese and Cameroonians. They interact with each other. So that is an example of intercultural communication. No? It explores how people from diverse cultural backgrounds navigate and negotiate their communication to bridge cultural gaps, because definitely there will be some sort of cultural misunderstanding and cultural gaps, no, between two different cultures. But ultimately, the aim of intercultural communication is to promote, of course, mutual understanding. We have the third type, which is called cross-cultural communication. When we say cross-cultural communication, it refers to the comparison, okay? Comparison, meaning you are comparing, the focus is on comparing two different cultures, no? So comparing how different cultures interact or their communication tendencies. Now we have the last one, which is the international communication. This refers to the communication that occurs between individuals and groups from different nations and countries. And this one emphasizes the global aspect of communication. It involves understanding the cultural nuances and communication styles of people from various nations. And the question now is, how is transcultural communication related to international communication? Actually, transcultural communication can be considered as a subset, no? It's under international communication. But let's try to define transcultural communication. So as you can see, it relates to the interactions that transcend traditional cultural and linguistic boundaries. No, it emphasizes fluid and dynamic connections between cultures. So in simple term, transcultural communication recognizes that cultural identities are not fixed, and can change based on context and interaction among these cultures. It also emphasizes the use of various modes, like it can be textual, can be visual, can be oral, and this is beyond just language, not to convey meaning. This approach moves beyond traditional intercultural framework. So that's why intercultural communication is different from transcultural communication. And let me let me before we go to that one, let me share with you first some dimensions also. But they share they share the same dimensions, no? These three dimensions are also the same dimensions of intercultural communication. So both involve knowledge, which constitutes cultural self-awareness, meaning your ability to recognize the complexity of your own cultural practice, meaning you understand your own culture. You understand the practices, you understand the biases of your own culture and how one's experience shape these rules. It also involves the knowledge of cultural worldview framework, meaning this is the ability, your ability to understand the complexity of another culture, which includes their history, their values, their communication styles, and so on. Meaning, if let's say I am from the Philippines, cultural self-awareness, I know my own culture, I know my own biases as a Filipino. And when I say knowledge of cultural worldview, I know some sort of the values, the norms and social practices of Thai people, of Chinese people, and then Cameroonians. No, so that's what we mean by knowledge of cultural values. When it comes to scale, number one is empathy, and this is about the ability, your ability to interpret the transcultural experience from multiple perspectives, meaning when we deal with other people, you can put yourselves in their shoes, which includes your own cultural framework as well as the cultural framework of another cultural group. Skills also involves verbal and nonverbal communication. This is not just about text. No, it's also about how you use your body language, which includes physical contact. So, which includes signages, which includes how you use your eyes, how you use your hands, no, when you are interacting with a person from another culture. And then the last component is about attitude. No, under attitude, we have curiosity, meaning you are able and willing to ask complex questions about other cultures, meaning you are very much interested about the culture of the culture of the people you are interacting with. And you also recognize that answers to some of the questions that you might have may vary, reflecting multiple perspectives. Attitude also involves openness. And when we say openness, it's your ability and willingness to interact with people from diverse cultural backgrounds. So again, just to distinguish, curiosity is about your ability and willingness to know other cultures, Openness is your ability and willingness to interact. So it's not just about knowing. It's really the way, your willingness and your ability to interact with people from diverse cultural backgrounds, and you're trying to suspend any judgment every time you have this limited understanding of the culture of another person. So these are the three dimensions that we need to consider when it comes to engaging in transcultural communication. Now, I've said a while back that transcultural communication is somehow different from intercultural communication. Okay, and this is...
Okay. Professor Barrot,
Yep.
we thank you very much for this morning session. So we would like to take a 10 minutes coffee break. And then
okay.
after that,
Yep.
we will come and you continue. Then after which we will have our lunch break. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for noticing, for advising me on that one. So we're gonna have a 10-minute break, and we will resume at, what's the time now?
We have 11 minutes after 11.
Okay, so we'll be back at 12:21, right?
That's correct.
Yep.
Thank
Okay.
you. To take on for 40 minutes, before we go for lunch break. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So let's continue the discussion on differentiating intercultural from transcultural competence, because many people are confused about these two. They are so related concepts, no, but they also have these differences. For example, when it comes to focus, intercultural competence focuses on the differences between cultures, but when it comes to transcultural communication, your focus there is blending, no? Blending this different cultural backgrounds. When it comes to approach, since you're focusing on the distinct qualities of two different cultures coexisting, but the key word here is that these cultures coexist. Okay, although you distinguish one culture from another, still the basic premise here is that in intercultural communication, they coexist with one another. In the same way, in transcultural communication, they coexist, but the two different cultures blend. Okay. Therefore, the focus now, when it comes to approach in transcultural communication, is how these cultures merge, evolve, interact, and influence each other. So what are the concepts now that are related to intercultural communication? Adaptation, you have that. Cultural barriers, because there are distinctions among these cultures. Of course, competence also in each culture. And we also focus on the misunderstanding between different cultures, because you treat them as distinct from one another. In the case of transcultural communication, it deals with hybrid identities, cultural identities. It also relates to the fluidity of cultures and sharing similar features and global experiences. No, that's why transcultural communication is very much related to international communication. So one example of intercultural communication is a business executive adjusting his strategy when working with clients from another country, like the one that I've shown you a while back. One of the scenarios there is that the German business executive should carefully study the culture of his client, and he should act in accordance with the cultures of his potential client. In case of transcultural communication, an example of this is an individual growing up in a multilingual or multicultural environment. No, for example, a Chinese who transferred to let's say the Philippines when he was just 5 years old, and then he tried to assimilate together with his Chinese cultural background. He tried to also assimilate the culture and social practices in the Philippines. So that's an example of transcultural communication. Just to make this very, very clear, let me use the fruit salad, no? As an example. In fruit salad, you have their watermelon, sometimes you have their apple, you also have grapes there, right? So you see the individual components of the fruits, no? But when you eat them, it's very palatable, it's very delicious, no? They really make the taste of the food more flavorful, but still you see the distinction among the fruits. That's an example of intercultural communication. When you mix, when you create a smoothie, the shake, fruit shake, when you create a smoothie or a fruit shake out of that fruit salad, the same components, right? Same ingredients. You just mixed it. It became a smoothie or a fruit shake. It reflects the idea of transcultural communication. So I think that's the easiest way that I can describe how we treat intercultural communication versus transcultural communication. When it comes to participants, of course, during any transcultural or intercultural communication, it involves ratified participants and the unratified participants. When we say ratified participants, these are the individuals who are recognized participants of the interaction. Let's say in a meeting, you have the secretary there, you have the chairman, and you have the members of the, let's say, members of the board. So all of them are ratified participants because they are officially part of the conversation. The unratified participants are those who are not officially part of the conversation. So who are they? Who are these people? These are the overhearers, no? The bystanders, the eavesdroppers. So they are the unratified participants. And this is very important because it also shapes the interaction among individuals. If all are ratified, then the communication is more free flowing. While if there are some unratified participants there, then you have to be more careful with the things that you say. So basically, the participants involved in a transcultural communication setup would really influence the dynamics of the communication. Also, we have to understand some components of transcultural communication, and this is where intercultural and transcultural communication overlaps. No? These are the same components of intercultural communication. You have the cultural knowledge, which I have described a while back. No, the cultural knowledge is our knowledge of the world. This includes history, past experience, current issues that we have, everyday practices in our own culture, and the culture of other people. So that's what we mean by cultural knowledge. We also have vocabulary, also known as lexicon. It refers to the words that we use in language. So there are words that are exclusive to a particular culture, but there are words that are also common, no? Among or across different cultures. We also have grammar. This refers to the morphology and the syntax of a language. So certain cultures have this unique way of arranging words or structuring their sentences. So we need to also understand this so that the communication among different cultures would be facilitated. We also have pragmatics, and when we say pragmatics, it explores how we understand and use language beyond the surface level. Like, for example, thank you may be expressed as a gratitude, sincere gratitude, no? But when I say thank you, it can also mean sarcasm, no? Like if someone didn't help me at all when I was asking help from him, and I told him, "Oh, thank you so much for the help." So it's sarcasm, no? So that's what we mean by pragmatics. No, the meaning differs depending on the context and intention. Also, the paralinguistic features, it pertains to the sound quality, such as the pitch, the volume, the intonation, the rate of speech. Also, the use of silence is an example of paralinguistic features. No? So, for example, loud voices, soft voices in Asia, like Japan, is very, very common. But loud voice is can be construed as something that is disrespectful. But in other contexts, having a loud voice is just normal. Like among Greeks and Italians and Arabs, they have a tendency to use loud voice. So you must also understand the paralinguistic features of each cultural context, so that it would not result in certain misunderstanding. Nonverbal communication also is included as one of the components. This includes the facial expression, the hand gesture, just like in the example that I gave a while back. Handshaking is acceptable, but for some cultural context, it's not the preferred way of greeting one another. Body movements is also included in nonverbal comm. Also touch, also known as haptics. We also have personal space or proxemics. We also have time, which is called chronemics. Our appearance also is a type of nonverbal communication. For example, one example of nonverbal cue that may probably cause transcultural misunderstanding is the use of thumbs up. Like in Middle East, when you use thumbs up, that's a dirty finger for them. Or when you greet them with using your left hand, that's a no-no, right? In Middle East, no, but in other countries, that's okay. So we have to be very, very careful with the body language, the nonverbal cues that we are using when we deal with people from other culture. So basically, we have these 6 components of transcultural communication. We need to really understand all of this so that it can somehow facilitate an effective, efficient, and smoother interaction among people from different cultures. Now, this would be the last component of the morning session, no? The theories. This is very important. Probably if your studies, your area is into transcultural communication, you may want to consider some of these theoretical models when you do your thesis, when you do your academic work, no? In relation to transcultural communication. I have here 5. No? I have here 5 theories that you can probably use when you examine transcultural communication. The first one is transculturality theory. Here, the focus of this theory basically is blending different cultures. That's why this theory argues that cultures are not isolated. They are interconnected and they borrow from one another. They influence one another. And a good example of this one is the K-pop, right? So K-pop is basically Korean, pop, Korean pop, but it has this fusion of Western pop music, also some aspects of Japanese aesthetics, and African American hip hop influences. So it's really a combination of different cultures. So you see, this is an example of blending. And just like the example that I gave a while back, now you think of culture like a smoothie, not a fruit salad, because fruit salad is intercultural communication. But if you think of culture as a smoothie or as a fruit shake, so that's what you mean by transculturality theory. In a fruit salad, the pieces stay separate, right? Like the traditional intercultural views where culture remain distinct, but in a smoothie, the ingredients blend together and they create something new, just like a modern culture that mix and evolve through migration. If there are a lot of migrations in a particular geographical area, there's a lot of media utilization, technology utilization. So definitely there will be a blending of different cultures. And this is an example of how you can probably concretize the transculturality theory by Welsh. Another important theory, transcultural communication theory, is cosmopolitan communication theory by Pierce and Pierce. This is in 2000. Unlike the first theory, which focuses on blending, this one focuses on openness. So that's why it argues that effective communication happens when people keep an open mind, an open heart, and engage in different ways of communicating with other cultures without any judgment at all. So as an example, no, a global company trains, multinational company, no, trains its employees to adopt the communication style of the different members of the group from different cultures. This is always happening in multicultural companies. Another example is you try to imagine that you are at a dinner with people from different countries. I've just experienced this when I went to Europe 2 months ago, and I just had a dinner with some of my collaborators there from different European, African, and South American countries. No, and everyone really have their, their experience contribute to the overall flow of the discussion. And in the case of like actual dinner, like everyone from different countries like bring a dish from their culture. And then, for example, I'm from the Philippines. Instead of me eating the food that I know only, like Filipino or Thai food, I will also try foods from Ghana, from Cameroon. I'll also try food from China, food from probably Russia as well. So, I keep an open mind attitude when it comes to like choosing the food. In the same way, when I interact with other people from other cultures, no, I have this open mind, accepting that they have different ways of doing things. They have different ways in saying things also, and I just not need to be I just need to avoid being very judgmental, no, when I interact with these people. And that's basically what we mean by cosmopolitan communication theory. The next theory is what is called as hybridity theory. The very first one, the transculturality theory, is about blending. The cosmopolitan communication theory is about openness. Now, hybridity theory is about all sort of blending also, but it also emphasizes some innovations like when two cultures mix, it creates new identities, new languages, and new traditions instead of sticking to the old ones. No, so it's really you have a new set of culture that emerge from the mixing of two different cultures, and that's what Baba mean. That's what Baba mean by hybridity theory. One example of this one is you think of culture like a remix of a song, right? So all of us are familiar with a remix of a song. It takes parts of different styles and then it creates something new. So when cultures interact, they don't just stay distinct or merge into one. They blend in unique ways that create something fresh and original. In music, let's say pop, you have before there's no pop, there's just pop music and country music, but now there's this pop music. There's this pop country music, which is a different, no, it's really a different genre when it comes to music. So that's what we mean by hybridity theory. No, it also relates to cultural blending, but there is something new, something innovative that emerged from that blending. The next theory is the globalization and transcultural flow theory by Adurai, 1996. In this theory, what it emphasizes is the interconnectedness. No? People, media, ideas, they move across borders, shaping a global culture that transcends national identities. Like this is, you know, one technology that really promotes globalization and transcultural flow is the social media like TikTok, no? Because people from different countries really use TikTok or Instagram, you know, and people from other culture watch the videos of people from another culture. There's this somehow like the creation of a shared digital culture when you engage in social media exposure. Another example is when you imagine the world as one big interconnected neighborhood where ideas, entertainment, products travel freely, and your, let's say your favorite Netflix show might be Korean, you're from the Philippines, or you're from China or Cameroon, and then you watch Korean series, you listen to Latin music, your sneakers are designed in the US. So you know, this theory explains how technology, migration, and media allow cultures to influence each other globally. And then we have the last theory, the third culture building theory by Casimir. It was introduced in 2013. It's like the hybridity theory, which emphasizes, because hybridity theory emphasizes cultural blending and creating different culture out of it. Third culture building theory is almost the same with that one. The only difference is that typically the hybridity theory is in a generic sense, but the third culture building theory is more common or more appropriate for academic and professional context, no? Where people from different cultures work together, and they don't just adjust with one another, but they create a shared They create a new culture out of it. You think of a mixed race family. They don't just follow one's parents' culture, but blend traditions to create a unique family culture. Like let's say your father comes from China and your mother comes from Germany. So as a biracial child, you adopt both the culture, the German culture and the Chinese culture, and they just blend. They just blend, no? Especially if you are equally exposed to this to culture. So that's why this theory, the third culture building theory, explains how groups that interact frequently, like international businesses, multicultural communities, or immigrants, now create a third culture. That's why it's called third culture. It creates third culture that combines the elements of the original culture. So these theories somehow overlap with one another. So it just really depends on how you will be using them to view transcultural communication, and how you can probably use these theories when you do some research related to transcultural communication. So I feel that it requires more in-depth analysis of these cultures when you are engaging in some scientific and academic work as well. So those are the five. Let me summarize the five models that you can use in engaging and exploring through scientific means, transcultural communication. So again, you have let's just have a short recap. Transculturality theory by Welsh. You have the cosmopolitan communication theory by Pearce and Pearce. You have the hybridity theory by Baba. You also have the globalization and transcultural flow theory by Apu Appadurai. And you have the third culture building theory by Kashmir. I'm pretty sure that there are other theories available there. And feel free to examine the other theories that would further guide you in understanding transcultural communication from a theoretical perspective. So I think that's it for the morning session. And I might not probably ask you anymore to do the specific activity here. We were supposed to do this activity, but perhaps you have some questions that you might want to ask, or some thoughts that you might want to share with the group about the topics that we have discussed this morning.
Yes, any question from the participants? Please feel free to ask your question or make any contribution with respect to the lecture of Professor Barrot.
Or probably you can share which of these theories you are most amenable with, no? In the case of the culture that you have right now.
Oh, okay. Can I ask questions? Smart?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, my dear professor, I just want to know how to cultivate our transcultural ability or competence. Thank you.
How to cultivate transcultural competence, communication
Yes.
competence? I think I provided a while back the assessment, no? The assessment, let me go back to the assessment. Actually, these are the things that we need to consider. Let me go back, but I'm gonna summarize that also. Oops. There. So these are the 5 areas that we really need to focus on if we really want to cultivate transcultural communication competence. Of course, we have to be aware. Again, we have to be aware of our own culture, and we have to be also aware with the culture of another group of people that we are interacting with. So that's cultural awareness. You have to be very sensitive with the differences between these 2 cultures, your own culture and the culture of another person. We should be able to. We should not be too rigid. No, we have to be very open. We have to be malleable. We need to adjust to the different communication styles of people from different cultures. And also, we need to make sure that we have sufficient language skill to deliver the message that we want to share with another person from a different culture, and we understand the context of this communication. Otherwise, if we don't understand the pragmatic meaning of what the other person conveys, then definitely there will be misunderstanding. And finally, we have to make sure that if there are some misunderstanding that occurred in the communication between 2 different cultures, then we should be able to find some ways on how to resolve this conflicts. And to add to that one, it's very important also for us to cultivate a transcultural mindset. No? We don't just exist in our own culture. We have to understand that there are so many cultures around us, particularly now that globalization is really unavoidable. International communication is really unavoidable. So we should really have this mindset that yes, there are several cultures that are present. We should not have this rigid cultural framework, and we have to recognize that cultures are fluid, that they may overlap with one another, and that different cultures are dynamic rather than fixed categories. What else? Aside from that one, I think we have to foster to cultivate transcultural communication. It's very important to be very skilled as well in intercultural dialogue. We have to expose ourselves to intercultural dialogue and collaboration, because if it's just from books, then we will not learn. It's always good to really experience it firsthand and apply transcultural communication principles when we deal with people from different cultures. And lastly, probably you harness the power of technology, like just like what some of you did before you went to Thailand. No, you use like YouTube, you use, let's say, social media to understand what's happening in Thailand, the culture in Thailand, the social practices and norms in Thailand. So when you tap the power of technology, I'm pretty sure that it would somehow cultivate the transcultural communication competence of people.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Barrot, for your insightful lecture. I have one question to ask you. Maybe you can guide me, because after this very lecture of this morning session, I am I have interest now in transcultural communication. So my interest is in the hybridity theory of Baba, Baba, that is of 1994, the hybridity theory. So given that Cameroon is a linguistically diverse country, like I mentioned already in the morning in my introduction, and with the Cameroon Pidgin English, otherwise abbreviated the CPE, being used as a lingua franca. And now we have different geographical regions as well as different ethnic groups in Cameroon. When you move to a different geographical region or to a different ethnic group area in Cameroon, you have different variations of the Cameroon Pidgin English. So how can I carry out research on Cameroon Pidgin English variation with respect to different ethnic groups or geographical regions of Cameroon? Thank you. Maybe you can guide tonight.
Okay. Since there are variations in the or different contexts, no, for that particular study, one approach that you can use is you know, the case study approach.
I don't, no idea.
Case study approach. No,
Okay,
in that
case study
particular, yeah, because your intention there is not really to generalize among all of the different contexts that you have, but to see the distinct qualities of transcultural communication in each context. Then I think if you will be using case study approach, focusing on the individuality of this different context, that would solve the problem. Again, your aim would not be to generalize, but probably you can find some core features, but that's not your primary aim. That might just be incidental. No? What's important is you show and you see the distinct transcultural engagement in each particular context. So probably it can be addressed by using the case study approach when you do that study.
Thank you. What about if I want to do something like a comparative case study? Is it possible? Like maybe I want to compare some sentence structures based on the different geographical regions, on how they make particular alterations. Maybe I may come out with some particular phrases that I wish to investigate, how they are being utilized in the different geographical areas of Cameroon. Is that also another possibility?
Yeah, that's a possibility, but what you're doing now is not really transcultural communication, because remember, the focus of transcultural communication is blending different theories. But if your focus is comparing two different cultures, then that would fall under cross-cultural communication.
All right, thank you.
So the theories that you have to use must be related to cross-cultural communication. Probably not the 5 theories that I have presented.
All right. Is there any other? Thank you very much, Professor. Is there any other question from you? Okay. So thank you again, Dr. Barrot, for the insightful lecture for this morning session. We will now take a lunch break and we will return back at 1 p.m. Thank you again.
Yeah. See you all later.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Dr. Barrot will now continue with the afternoon lecture session. Dr. Barrot, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Wait, let me share first my slide. Okay, so I hope you had a good lunch, and just before we continue the afternoon session, let me just have a brief recap of what we have discussed this morning. So we talked about you did some assessment on your cultural communication competence, and using that self-assessment, we were able to also examine the different areas that we need to consider in order for us to improve our transcultural communication competence. We also talked about culture, and then we discussed the different types of communication within the context of culture, like intra communication competence, inter-communication competence. We also have cross-cultural communication. And we also talked about international communication, in which transcultural communication is embedded. We also discussed what transcultural communication is, its nature and dimensions, which is broken down into three aspects: the knowledge, the skills, and the values. And we tried also to differentiate intercultural competence from transcultural communication competence. And we made some analogies, no, in comparing the two. Like intercultural competence, it's like a fruit salad wherein you see the individual fruits, but still it remains very cohesive. And then you have the transcultural communication competence, which is similar to mixing those fruits into a smoothie or shake. So you don't really see the individual components, but they are there because they have blended already. So that's what we mean by transcultural communication competence. I have also presented to you the 5 models or theories that you can bank on when you examine the nature of transcultural communication. For this afternoon, it's very theoretical during our morning session, and for the afternoon session, we will be more practical, because this is in relation to how you can translate the concepts and principles behind transcultural competence into English language teaching. And I'm pretty sure that you are very familiar with some of the theories that I'll be presenting this morning. Basically, there are just 3 theories that I'll be presenting in relation to transcultural communication. And the first one is sociocultural theory. by Vygotsky. It was introduced in 1978, and this theory argues that learning occurs through social interaction and considering the cultural context as well. It also argues that learning a language is shaped by how we communicate with other people. There are basically four principles, no? The four principles that support sociocultural theory. The first one is the zone of proximal development, ZPD, if you're familiar with that one. It means that there is a gap between what a learner knows and can do alone and what they can achieve with the guidance of, let's say, a teacher. So the teacher or a peer or classmate acts as a scaffold or support, no? These people, the teacher and the peers or classmates, gradually help the student to become more independent. So that's the first principle behind sociocultural theory. So that's why interaction with other learners and teachers is a crucial component of sociocultural theory, which is also similar with transcultural communication. You need to engage in communication with other people. Another principle behind sociocultural theory is scaffolding. And this suggests that learning happens when support is given to help learners reach their potential. So this is very much related to the first principle, which is ZPD. Once the learner master the skills, then you will gradually remove the support that you are providing to the student. And thirdly, the principle argues that language is a tool for communication. So it means that speech is not just about communication. It also shapes
Excuse
the
me,
thing.
excuse me,
And
doctor. Are you still on the
yep.
slide of sociocultural theory? You're still explaining about it, right?
Oh yeah. I'm still
Okay,
there.
thank you.
I'm just expounding on the sociocultural theory. And then of course the last aspect of sociocultural theory is the cultural context, no? That cultural context matters, no? So it argues that learning a language is shaped by culture, by tradition, and social norms, no? So what students learn and how they learn language is influenced by the community and their experience. So that's why sociocultural theory is a very good theory that would support transcultural communication. Now let me go to the next slide, no? So how does, just to be more specific, how can social cultural theory support English language teaching, no? Within the context of transcultural communication? So number one is that language learning is not just about grammar and vocabulary. So it should not be taught in isolation, no? Because in some cases, no, particularly those that promote traditional approach to teaching English, they teach grammar in isolation. They teach vocabulary in isolation. So it's very, very important that if you follow the sociocultural theory, when you teach grammar and vocabulary, this should be taught in context. No? There has to be cultural context, and there has to be some form of negotiation also, particularly across cultures. for us teachers to implement sociocultural theory, you need to promote collaborative learning, meaning you allow the students to group themselves, no, when they do activities. That's why it's very important that I'm pretty sure that you're aware of task-based language teaching. So you can do a lot of TBLT, and during students engagement with task, you promote collaboration among students. And I have read one study that when you group students, no, when you group students, the best combination is that the low proficiency student is grouped with the high proficient ones. No, of course, when you group them, and if there's an opportunity that let's say the students have different cultural backgrounds, you also mix, no, you combine different cultural backgrounds in one group, no, so that you are also promoting transcultural communication. But if it's not possible in physical face-to-face activity, some teachers are engaging in online peer interaction, like students, let's say from Thailand, can have an online chat or online meeting with students from Japan or students from the United States. So you can use the power of technology to promote collaborative learning and peer interaction. Also, another theory that you can probably use when you when you promote transcultural communication in the classroom is critical pedagogy. And when we say critical pedagogy, it views teaching and learning to empower learners. The function of teaching and learning is to empower learners to question, analyze, and challenge the status quo, no? To challenge what's the current social and cultural structure in the society. So what are the core principles behind critical pedagogy? Number one is that education as liberation. It means that learning should not be passive. No, it should empower students to question injustices, inequality. So you see, this is much higher level. This is not just about critical pedagogy, is not just about learning the language, but you allow students to learn language to empower themselves, no? To empower themselves to destroy any form of inequalities in society, any form of injustices. So in this particular case, student would find social relevance in what they do inside the classroom. Another core principle of critical pedagogy is, dialogue and participation. So this is very much important for teachers. No? Typically, the traditional teacher would really do this one-way interaction. So mainly it's the teacher that really speaks a lot. But when you apply critical pedagogy in language teaching, there has to be a lot of discussion. There has to be a lot of questioning. There has to be a lot of real world engagement, meaning the activities that you will ask the students to do should be applicable to their real life situation. So again, you can do this by allowing the students to interact with people from other cultures, and then during the interaction, you let them discuss a lot of social issues. You let them question each other within their own perspective, because sometimes Asians would have a different perspective, let's say, on political issues. But the Western cultures might have this a more progressive view of a certain political issue. When you promote discussion and questioning and real-world engagement, you are applying the concept of critical pedagogy within transcultural communication context. Also, it's very important that you highlight in critical pedagogy, you highlight cultural relevance, wherein lessons should connect to students' realities, their identities also, or social experiences. So for example, you are teaching students from rural areas. Therefore, the topics and the things that you discuss, the texts that you allow them to process should be related to their own context. You cannot talk about a lot about life in the urban life or life in the city if the students are really in the rural area. Yes, you can introduce, but you have to link them very, very well with their own experience so that they can easily connect with it, and they can easily relate with the cultural background of people from those from the urban area. So basically that's what we mean by critical pedagogy, empowering the learners and allowing them to challenge, to question, to discuss the current social and cultural structures or situations. Now, when it comes to supporting transcultural communication in ELT, you try to encourage students to reflect on the power dynamics in language use, such as how English is used globally and how different cultures shape communication styles. No? And you need to promote also critical awareness of issues like linguistic imperialism. I don't know, are you aware of the concept of linguistic imperialism? Can anyone explain what linguistic imperialism is? Anyone who wants to share their thoughts on this? Because this is very, very common among ELT professionals in EFL or ESL contexts. No? There is this tendency of linguistic imperialism. Anyone who wants to share their thoughts on this? Or if this is also happening in your own respective areas, like in China and in Cameroon and Thailand as well. Like when you teach pronunciation.
Okay,
Yep.
maybe I will share a little about linguistic imperialism. For example, if we look even in our English language teaching, we see that if you go to job hiring practices, for example, in Thailand, you will always see that more preference is given to native English speakers than non-native English speakers, without taking into consideration the education background of the teacher. So as far as you are from the US or from Europe, more preferences is given to you to be a teacher. However, the trend is gradually changing, but it is still very much existing. So that is an aspect of linguistic imperialism where we look at the dominance of the standard English of teachers who are having the background of coming from standard English nations to there's always that view that they are more or they are better English teachers than English teachers from, or they are best English teachers than English teachers from ESL or EFL countries. That is just one aspect that I think is an example of linguistic imperialism.
Yeah, that's correct. Like if someone is very good at using English, it means that that person is very competent or very, let's say, more intelligent than those who do not really use English. So that's a very good example of linguistic imperialism. And essentially, this means that we treat English as a superior language, but when it comes to teaching, if let's say the teacher still enforces, no, when let's say an English teacher is teaching pronunciation to his students, and that teacher enforces, as in rigidly enforces native like English pronunciation. So it means that there is some sort of linguistic imperialism happening inside the classroom. Instead of just accepting the accent that is used, that the way the words are pronounced in a particular context, like in the Philippines or Thailand. So they have this some unique way of pronouncing words. If you embrace this, then it means that you are not really into linguistic imperialism, and that is something that I think is good and promotes transcultural communication. Also multilingualism, no? So the students and the teachers should be aware of multilingualism and some cultural representation in English teaching materials. I have seen a lot of, and there are a lot of studies, no, that examined the cultural representation in some English textbooks, and unfortunately, there's this imbalance in cultural representation. Most of this, especially the international textbooks, they are heavy on presenting Western culture. So that's why it's very important that the teacher knows how to adapt material so that you can balance the cultural representation there. So let's say you are teaching Asian students, so you present both in a balanced way, the Western culture and also the Asian culture in your English teaching material. So this is how you can probably use the concept of critical pedagogy in supporting transcultural communication in language teaching. The third theory, which is a fairly recent one, I think if you are into translanguaging, this is a very current, very in-demand topic in English language teaching. And this means that learners use multiple languages as resources for meaning making rather than keeping them separate. So let's say I am a Filipino learner. So what I will do is that if I want to improve my communication skills in English, I will use my skills and my knowledge of my first language to help me, boost learning my target language, which is English. There are four key principles or four key features that we need to consider when we are applying translanguaging theory. Number one is the blending of language use. So people naturally mix languages in communication, or they code speech, right? Rather than um, just purely or rigidly switching between distinct language systems. So in one sentence, there's a tendency for us to mix English and let's say Thai language because of the concept also of globalization. So that's one. No, there's this blending of language use. Also, the cognitive and expressive benefits, like it helps translanguaging. No, it helps learners process information more effectively by allowing students to use their full linguistic knowledge. And when I say full linguistic knowledge, the learners use both his first language and second language to convey information. And it has this positive impact on their ability to express and process language. Also, it challenges language hierarchies, like it opposes the traditional view that one language, which is usually English, should dominate learning spaces. Meaning, so when you teach English, if you allow students to to blend different languages during communication, as if you are conveying the message that, oh, it's okay to use your first language because there is no one dominant language in communication. Also, there's this cultural and identity connection because it allows learners to maintain cultural ties while engaging in a multilingual environment. Now, how can translanguaging theory supports transcultural communication in ELT? Of course, number one, it recognizes that students do not learn English in isolation, meaning the students need to tap their first language and blend their native language, their culture, their experience with their target language, let's say English, no, when they engage in communication. It also encourages multilingual communication strategies by preparing students for real-world global interactions and exposing them to multiple languages which are used during this their engagement in global interactions, no? And also i- when you bridge cultural perspective through hybrid language, no, it encourages learners to see language as a flexible tool for negotiating meaning across cultural boundaries. For example, just to make this more concrete now, let's say a student writing an essay on cultural traditions may use their first language for culturally specific terms and explain them in English, because in many cases there is no direct translation of a particular cultural tradition in target language, so they can use their own language, their first language, when they talk about or when they mention this cultural traditions, and then they just use English when they explain what this cultural tradition means. So in that way, you'll be using translanguaging, no? Particularly in a transcultural communication context. I'm not so sure if you have some other ideas or some other theories which you think would be relevant to transcultural communication. And if there is, you may feel free to share those theories that you have in mind. Do you have any other theories in mind that we can probably use as basis when we are engaging in transcultural communication pedagogy? Or you feel that these three theories might be some of the fundamentals and sufficient to understand transcultural communication in English language teaching? So it seems that there's none, no? But among those three, so we have the sociocultural theory, we have the critical pedagogy, and we have the translanguaging theory. Which among these three do you think would be the most appropriate in your own particular context? If you would be teaching transcultural communication in your respective classrooms, which of these three theories would you use as a theoretical support for your instructional practices? So again, when we talk about sociocultural theory, it highlights that language learning occurs in social interaction and cultural context. Critical pedagogy, your focus there is empowering your learners to question, to analyze, and to challenge the current social and cultural structure, while translanguaging theory is allowing students to use multiple languages as a resource when they engage in transcultural communication. So which do you think of among these three theories is the most relevant in your context?
I would like to share my own view with respect to the three theories that you've mentioned that can influence transcultural communication. So you did mention of the sociocultural theory of Lev Vygotsky. You mentioned about the critical pedagogy theory, and you ended by mentioning the translanguaging theory of Garcia and Way. So in my own opinion, I think that the translanguaging theory is very much appropriate to be used, because with the translanguaging theory, and to put it, to throw more light about translanguaging theory, it is a pedagogical strategy that allows the learners to make full use of their linguistic capabilities or repertoire. And while in the classroom, the learner, some of the features of translanguaging is that the learner is not looked upon to be like a foreigner in the classroom. So the learners has the opportunity to interact with the classmates by using some of his or her cultural aspects in the classroom. So if we look at language, for example, because language is also part of culture. So if we find ourselves, for example, in the Thai classroom where English is being learned as a foreign language, so we cannot separate the Thai students from their Thai language, as well as the cultural aspects of Thailand in the English classroom. Because if we try to like tell them English only in class, which was a previous view, a traditional view in an English classroom, so it will make the student to be foreign in the classroom. But if we let the student to understand that their own mother tongue, they should feel free to use it in the classroom, which will facilitate the understanding of the target language, which in this situation is English. It would make them not only bring the language, the Thai language in the classroom, but they can be able to draw some cultural aspects like tourism. You may ask them to describe about a festival in the classroom. Maybe they are working in a group. The students will probably maybe describe about talk about the Songkran festival. And when talking about the Songkran festival, they can share their ideas in both Thai and English, but they are very much conscious that the end result of that activity will require or warrant them to be able to do their presentation. So this gives room for the students to navigate navigate in the classroom using which language that they can use, especially when they are brainstorming their ideas. So with translanguaging, you see that it also gives room for classroom interaction and engagement, because when students are allowed to make full use of their linguistic repertoire, especially again in a Thai context where the students don't have a lot of opportunity to express themselves in English outside of the classroom. So the students usually, as a result of this, have most of them have low level of English proficiency. So their L1 can act as a scaffold for them to understand English language content. So that is my point of view, why I think that the translanguaging theory can be a very good support to enhance transcultural communication. Thank you.
Thank you for that very insightful explanation of using translanguaging theory. But I have a question. I have a question for you also, a follow-up question. What will you do if, let's say, your students, since they are low proficient, let's say 90% of the time they are using their first language, and then 10% only they are using the target language, which is English. And as weeks progress, you've noticed that their use of their first language further increases, like 95% of the time they are using their own language, and then now it's just 5% of the time they are using English.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor. Normally, what I do is I encourage the students that they should usually use English, except in situations where they have English, the target language deficiency. Maybe they have a vocabulary gap in expressing themselves. All right, then they can use their L1. But generally, if I discover that their language proficiency is dropping, that is, they are giving more preference to utilizing their L1 in the classroom more than before, then I have to adjust my teaching strategy. Yes, by letting the students I will make them to be aware. And if I have to easily identify it, it means that I must have a rubric where I am measuring their participation rate and how frequent they use their L1 in the classroom. And with that rubric, if I discover that they have been using the L1 in the classroom more than they were using it before, then I have to do maybe a survey with the student to identify, to do needs analysis to understand what actually is happening that they are using their L1 more than they were using it before. So from the result of that need analysis, it will now help me to be able to correct the mistake or the gap that has led them to use more of their L1 than they used to use it before.
And I think that's a good strategy because you are trying to enforce the use, not really forcing them, but more of encouraging the students to use their target language instead of using their first language by incorporating the emphasis on the target language in your assessment activity. So essentially, you are not forcing them, but the instructional strategies that you have are like more of prompting them to use their target language more than their first language. And also, if let's say the teachers would have this certain guidelines on when is first language most effective, can definitely also help students identify in which context they should use the first language and in which context they should use their target language. How about the other students? If you were to choose among these three theories, which one would you choose based on your own experience? About some of our Chinese students? Anyone who wants to share their thoughts? None so far? Anyway, let's just for us to fully.
Excuse me.
Yep.
I'd like to ask a question about my research, small research proposal.
It's
Because
about
its topic is Chinese EFL university students' perception on generative AI in English writing instruction. And I may use this theory. Wait a moment. Post-colonial digital theory.
Postcolonial.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Define their attitude to use of AI.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I use this because it's argued that digital technologies can, how to explain, to the linguistic imperialism.
Imperialism.
Yes, yes. And this highlighting the need to examine the impact of technology in non-Western contexts. And I'd like to ask some recommendations about what do you think, which theory is most relevant to my.
I'm not so sure about the post-colonial, how post-colonial theory would be relevant to your topic because your topic is about Chinese EFL university students' perception of generative AI in ELT, right? So since it's about perception and their attitude, their acceptance of the technology, the most appropriate theory that you can probably use is, although this is not related to transcultural communication, is the enhanced technology acceptance model.
Enhanced technology acceptance.
Enhanced technology acceptance model. I think Van Ketesh, I forgot the name of the proponent, but you just type it in Google Scholar.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that that would really help you a lot in focusing your research questions, because your research questions should be directly linked or related to that theory, like ease of use. So you will see a lot of variables when you read up materials about enhanced technology acceptance model. And I'm pretty sure that that would help you in refining your current proposal about students' perception of generative AI.
Okay, I will search for it.
Mhm.
Thank you.
But I'm not so sure about the post-colonial theory, because that's very much related to intercultural competence. Unless your study would focus on intercultural competence, then might be applicable. But if it's not, and it just focus on students' perception, then the enhanced technology acceptance model would be more appropriate.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Anyhow, perhaps we can just do some exercise or a quiz. Let's have a quiz. I have here a quiz on these three pedagogical theories, no? So I have here, I think, 10 items, and you try to figure out, you have to read each statement carefully, identify which theory it represents by choosing one of the three options. So if it's sociocultural theory, you write SCT. If it's critical pedagogy, you just write CP. If it's translanguaging, you write TL. So you see there's the definition of SCT. Language learning occurs through social interaction, cultural context, and guided support. Critical pedagogy, language education should empower students to question societal norms, challenge inequalities, and use knowledge for social change. And then lastly, if it's translanguaging, learners or students use their full linguistic repertoire, including their first language and target language, when they engage in communication, learning, and expression. Okay, so I'll be showing you the first 5 items, and then you figure out which theory supports this particular classroom activity. Let's start with the first 5. I'll give you 5 minutes, to answer these items. I will be calling everyone, so that you have an opportunity to share your answer.
Excuse me, Professor, can one question take more than one theory or only one theory?
Just choose the best among the 3.
All right.
Maybe applicable, 2 may be applicable, but you can choose the best answer. Okay, done with the first part.
Yes, done with the first
Okay.
part.
Let's go to the next one.
Whose responsibility is to answer the first one?
Okay, done with item 6 to 10.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start now. Let me just double check the names of so each person will answer one item. No, so we have Jessie, we have Eden, we have Kelsey. What's the name of the one? What's her name again? The host, the MC.
Smart.
Smart. Okay, Smart. And then we have Kong, Navia, Shanshan, Whitney. Did I miss anyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I miss anyone from the group? Jessie, Eden, Kelsey, Smart, Kong, Navia, Shanshan, Whitney. No more? So we only have 8 students, no? We'll answer one item here. Let's start with item 1. Who wants to answer item 1? Anyone may start. You just introduce yourself.
Okay.
Hello, Professor. Are you there?
You are?
Yeah, I want to the first one. A teacher pairs a struggling student with a more proficient peer, so they can task together and is socio-cultural theory. Just as the teacher just want to help help one student by pairing another student, and that means the teacher just use the theory of socio-cultural theory, and that means the teacher just want to help the student to develop the zone of proximal development. Thank you.
Very good. Excellent answer. So the answer for item 1 is sociocultural theory. How about item 2?
Hey, doctor. For number 2, in the writing activity, students are encouraged to discuss ideas in their home language first, and then they should draft their essays in English. So in this case, TL, translanguaging, is used because the learners made full use of their linguistic repertoire and switching between the different languages for learning.
Very good.
TL.
Correct. This is translanguaging because they use home language for or first language for learning. Excellent answer. How about item 3?
Can you hear me?
Kelsey.
Yes.
Yep.
Number 3, I think it is the theory of critical pedagogy.
Mm-hmm.
And by asking students to analyze social justice issues in the community and express their perspectives. So the teacher just aims to cultivate students' critical thinking about the social problems. And that can empower the students to examine social and political problems and also some aspects of society. I think it is a kind of critical pedagogy.
Very good answer. This is critical pedagogy. How about item 4?
Okay. The number 4. Bilingual student explains a sense concept use both English and their native language to better express their understanding. This represents the languaging. The bilingual student is used both languages from their linguistics repertoire to communicate and express their understanding of a sense the concept, which is characteristics of TL.
Okay, very good. So the answer for item 4 is translanguaging because it's about switching languages, no, for deeper understanding. How about item 5?
Okay, Professor. Number 5. Teachers provide step-by-step guidance when students learn new grammar rules, and they gradually reduce support. This is a type method in cognitive constructivism to help students master knowledge and skills independently, step by step. I think it belongs to cognitive constructivism theory. Yeah, but scaffolding 这堂课肯定要学说那个单词 silver.
So since this involves scaffolding, which among the 3 theories is this?
My answer is belong to cognitive constructivism series.
We only have 3, like sociocultural theory, critical pedagogy, or translanguaging.
Oh, sorry.
SCT, sociocultural theory, correct. So this one is sociocultural theory because it involves scaffolding and gradual independence. How about item 6?
Please, can you take the slide to item 6, please? All right, for item 6, I think that it is critical pedagogy. Why? Because the teachers select diverse reading material that reflects student background and encourages discussion on power and representation in textbook. So this is like letting the students to solve an educational problem. Yes, where the student now would be able to analyze, where the student will be able to analyze the reading materials. Discussion on power. The reading material in respect to discussion on power and as well as how they are being represented in the textbook. So to me, I think that it is a critical pedagogy.
Yeah, perfect. That's the correct answer because it challenges the representations in the textbooks. How about item 7?
Number 6.
Item 7.
Seven. So
6 or 7.
Item 7, right?
7.
So we have Navia and Shanshan. Anyone from you?
Good afternoon, Professor. Sorry for the delay. And for the number 7, a group of students collaboratively solve a problem, discussing their ideas and reasoning out loud to deepen understanding. This represents the socio-cultural theory or SCT. The students are engaged in social interaction by collaborating and discussing ideas through these interactions. They are learning from each other which is in line with the idea that learning occurs through social interaction in SCT.
Okay, very good answer. So this is social cultural theory because it involves
Hey,
collaborative
I
learning
finished, Professor.
and knowledge construction. Very good. That's correct. So 7 is social cultural theory. How about 8? So we have Shanshan for 8.
About item 8, I think it's critical pedagogy because encourages students to think about power related to different English varieties.
Okay, very good. So the answer for 8 is critical pedagogy because it's questioning. You're correct. No, it's questioning language power structure. How about item 9? So anyone may answer here.
Excuse me, Professor, what about number 7? Number 8?
Number 8 is critical pedagogy.
Okay, number 9.
Number 9, yep.
Okay, number 9 is social cultural. A student uses both spoken and written language as a tool to process new information and solve problems effectively. That means the spoken and written language can just be kind of scaffold to scaffold the students to produce something new. And I can just perceive it as the PD just because the students want to use something that's already been known or mastered to produce something new. And that's my perception. Thank you.
Yep, excellent answer. So item 9 is sociocultural theory because the student treats language as a tool for thought and problem solving. How about the last item? Anyone may answer also.
The last item,
Yes, Whitney.
in my opinion, it's TL, translanguaging. Because the teacher allows the students to write in their native language, and then the students have to use their translation skills to translate the native language into English. So translanguaging is used.
Okay, very good. So translanguaging because it's about home language support in writing and thinking. So you got perfect score. Wow, very, very good. So at least somehow you have some ideas now on these 3 very important theories which can support the way you teach English to your students and the way students learn the target language as well. And perhaps we can have a 10-minute break before we proceed to the last part of this session, which is pedagogical application.
All right. Thank you.
So we will be back at 3:25.
Okay, we live.
2:25 or 3:25, Professor?
So sorry, I'm looking at the Philippine time. It's 4:25, right, in Thailand? Sorry, 2:25 in Thailand.
Yes.
Yep,
2:25.
yep. Okay, so let's continue with, we are now in the last part of our session. And if you will notice, we started from the very basic and fundamental information, and then we
Jessie?
shift. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Professor.
Okay. So we're done with the theories related to transcultural communication, and I've explained to you just a while ago some pedagogical theories that you can bank on when you choose your approach to delivering instruction for your students if you want to promote transcultural communication. Now we will be more specific by focusing on how we can apply each theory and how we can apply it in actual language teaching. So you will see some steps that we may follow. So this is just suggestive and recommendatory and not really prescriptive. You may probably have a different way of applying these theories into English language teaching. So let me start with the first theory, which is sociocultural theory. So when you deliver instruction using sociocultural theory, so we expect that you have collaborative learning, you have scaffolding, you have cultural adaptation, and also you need to consider peer interaction, real world communication tasks, and culturally relevant content during the instructional delivery. In this particular instance, I will be using the same topic, which is effective participation in multicultural meetings, and then the same level, which is intermediate to advanced, and then the duration of the lesson will be between 60 and 90 minutes. So let me start with the first step, no? So the first step. The first step would be about asking students some question. These are pre-lesson discussion questions that would help students reflect on their experiences with intercultural or transcultural communication. So these questions would also encourage critical thinking about the cultural norms, the communication barriers, and the diverse meeting expectations, as it facilitates awareness of some unwritten rules in professional and multicultural context. So you'll be asking student what makes a meeting successful. Have you ever had a meeting with someone from a different culture? So this is really sort of leaning towards transcultural communication. What challenges did you face in understanding or being understood? And what are the unwritten rules of meetings in your country? And then after this pre-lesson discussion, you will now proceed to step 2, which is comparing meeting styles across cultures. It may probably take you around 15 minutes. It's like the introduction, the discussion part of the lesson. This step, no, introduces different cultural approaches to meetings, such as individualistic. There are different approaches to meetings. Can be individualistic or collectivist, can be direct or indirect communication, and of course, can be informal, collaborative, formal, and authority based. But the discussion here should focus on how cultural norms, because since you're topic is on transcultural communication. So the discussion should focus on how cultural norms shape communication expectations in professional settings. Also encourage students, encourage them to analyze how to navigate cultural differences in meetings, how to avoid misunderstandings, and how to foster collaboration. So after the discussion, so you started with pre-lesson discussion, and then you started discussing different styles of meeting across cultures. You will now proceed to the activity, which is role-playing the transcultural meeting. And this particular stage will last for more or less 20 minutes. Now, it really depends on the class size that you have. It also depends on the proficiency level of your students, but more or less would run for 20 minutes. So this activity will immerse students in simulated transcultural interaction and help them understand different cultural approaches to workplace communication. Make sure that students take on roles that reflect varied cultural norms, could be hierarchical, could be direct communication style, and also during when processing this activity, you focus on how cultural differences affect workplace dynamics, the challenges that arise in communication across cultures, and how individual participants adapt their communication strategies while respecting cultural diversity. So these are the things that you might want to ask your students to consider during the role playing. Again, when you ask them to do the simulation, focus on the cultural differences that affect the dynamics, the challenges that arise, and the strategies that the individual or the students employed in relation to cultural diversity. After this in-class activity, it's just like a practice part of the activity. Now you will focus on the actual a more realistic, a more realistic simulation of meeting. So in this particular, for this particular step, the purpose of this one is really to expand the role playing into group discussions. Now, this one would mimic real world multicultural meetings, and students here will start to navigate diverse communication styles, negotiation, leadership structures also. So this might take like around 25 minutes because you will ask your students to form groups, and of course you'll be giving them meeting agenda. It depends on the focus of the meeting, and then you ask your students or each student to take a particular role based on different cultural norms, and then you allow the students to do the simulation. After this activity, you can have a follow-up discussion that would focus on different areas of the activity. For example, like the first question might be, how do different cultural norms shape leadership and participation? Or you can probably ask the students what strategies work best to ensure effective collaboration in diverse meetings. Or you can ask them how does high context or low context communication impact decision making. So these are some follow-up questions that you might probably have to further strengthen the simulation that the students have performed. And then the last stage could be about reflection and debriefing, which would take around 10 minutes. So for this particular stage, you will ask students to write a short reflection with these possible questions. And then after having them write the short reflection, you can have a whole class discussion on what surprised them most about the different communication styles, or how they can probably ensure inclusivity in future meetings. No, you know, the reflection, the students' reflection is very, very critical, because it would encourage metacognition on the experience and reinforce cultural awareness and adaptability. So reflection is really a crucial part of the learning process. Okay, now if you will be using critical pedagogy as a framework in delivering instruction, again, this focuses on empowering students to question cultural norms, the power structure, language ideologies in transcultural communication. Usually, when you have this certain discussion with students, your question might be focusing on helping students challenge the biases in communication styles, or how you as teachers can create inclusive, reflective, and culturally responsive learning space. Or you can also focus on the critical awareness, no? Of the students in navigating global workplace interaction. Now, using the same topic, I'm gonna use the same flow as the previous one. So step 1 would focus on warm-up activity. This is a pre-lesson activity, but focusing on critical reflection. You see, the line of questioning, or the line of questions in sociocultural theory and the line of questions in critical pedagogy really differ. Like here, you can ask students to, have you ever felt ignored or unheard in a meeting? So you see, it's about power structure. And then during pair work discussion, you may probably explore who speaks the most in the meeting, what factors affect speaking opportunities, such as cultural background, confidence, and language fluency. And then after these discussions and recitation, you can have the class brainstorm on the list of factors that contribute to some power imbalances during meeting. No, by the way, during pair work discussion, you can also ask about the barriers that prevent some individuals from speaking up. No, so you see, this is really about social structure, and very much aligned with the concept of critical pedagogy. Step 2, this is again the discussion part, similar with the previous one. But you will notice that the items that are discussed are somewhat different from the items that were discussed in, if your perspective is sociocultural theory. If in sociocultural theory, you discuss, let me double check. If in sociocultural theory, you discuss hierarchy, informal versus collaborative, formal and authority-based, direct, structured, and individualistic. Here, it's somewhat different. Like, you will discuss direct versus indirect communication norms. Like Western is so direct in their approach, while Asian cultures are not really that direct, no, when it comes to interacting with the participants. You can also talk about accent bias in meetings for native and non-native English speakers. You can also discuss gender and power in speaking time. Who interrupts whom? Is it the male or the female? You can also talk about turn taking and hierarchy. No, when you engage in discussion with your students. Also, your discussion may focus on how do these factors, the communication norms, the accent bias, gender and power, turn taking and hierarchy, impact meeting dynamics, and how can individuals navigate these biases and cultural differences in professional setting. So again, after the discussion, you will go now to the preliminary task. That's step 3, which is role-playing the power and inclusion in meetings. So this will, again, run for around 20 minutes. And this interactive role play helps students experience power dynamics firsthand. No, so you try to assign, of course, you have to assign roles. Who will be the CEO, who will be the junior employee, non-native speaker, senior female employee. But sometimes it would be very hard for students to take a particular role and internalize a particular role. So probably once you have assigned the students a particular role, you can ask them to view how this group of individuals behave during a meeting. So the students, you can ask those students who were assigned as CEOs to watch a video of a CEO engaged in a meeting. For those who are assigned as junior employee, let them watch, let's say, videos of junior employees engaged in meeting. Same with non-native speaker and same with senior female employees, so that during the interaction, it's more realistic. And then each student, of course, should play a role in a simulated meeting on company decisions. And after the role play, students, if time permits, you can ask students to switch roles and discuss how it felt to be in the dominant position or in the marginalized position. So after this activity, you can have follow-up discussion. And the discussions might probably focus on how power influence participation, how power influences participation in meetings, what students felt when they were in a marginalized group or in a dominant role. And you can probably also ask the students how can a workplace promote fair and inclusive communication. So after this mini role playing, you can now proceed to stage 4, which is about redesigning a meeting for inclusion. In this particular activity, students will work in groups to redesign a meeting format. So if in step 3, there are some like power struggles there are some dominance, there are marginalized members of that particular marginalized participants during the meeting. In step 4, it is a smoother version of the meeting considering inclusivity. No? So this redesigned meeting should encourage equal participation, should include multilingual communication strategies, and should challenge power imbalances. And after the activity, again, you follow it up with some discussion on possibly the barriers to inclusion. Could also be about ensuring diverse voices, or you can also discuss multilingual strategies that help non-native speakers participate more effectively. And then the last part would be focusing now on reflection and debriefing. So similar to the previous theoretical framework, you can have 10 minutes for reflection and debriefing. The first part will be focusing on writing an individual reflection essay, answering the questions on how did it feel to be marginalized or in dominant position, what will you do differently in future meetings to create balance, how does power affect who gets to speak. And then after the reflection, you can engage the students in whole class discussion by posting the questions on how can we challenge bias in meetings, and how can workplaces do what can workplaces do to make meetings more inclusive. Okay, now the last theory again that you can use is translanguaging, and so using the same title, using the same topic, using the same level, intermediate to advanced, and duration. This is how you can start your lesson. No, the first one is you can let them brainstorm multilingualism in meetings. So you can have here around 10 minutes. So ask students, have you ever been in a meeting where multiple languages were spoken? So you see the questioning again now is different compared to the two previous approaches, no? Also, you can engage the students in pair work discussion, like how do people mix languages in meetings? What problems and benefit arise when the participants use multiple languages? And then you come up with some brainstorming activity for the students, allowing them to list the common multilingual strategies, no, during meeting, like code switching, paraphrasing, and using visuals. During step one, you can also, during pair work discussion, again, it's always good that when you allow students to do pair work discussion, you partner the less proficient with the more proficient one, and as much as possible, you encourage the less proficient students to speak more, while the more proficient one would be there to help, no? To help or to assist the less proficient students. So in short, the one that should do a lot of talking should be the less proficient, and the one who is more proficient should do a lot of listening and supporting and scaffolding also. Now, during step two, this is the discussion part of the lesson. You can focus on how translanguaging works in meetings. So you can probably have around 15 minutes here. So explain first what is translanguaging in meeting. You can also discuss the common challenges in multilingual meetings, the solutions as well. And then you can have, at this point, you can also have some mini tasks, like you ask your students to watch a short video of a multilingual meeting, so that before they proceed to the activity, they have an idea on how they can simulate that kind of meeting. And then after allowing them to watch the video, have some discussion, also a whole class discussion on the strategies that were used to bridge certain language gaps during the meeting. For the third step, you can have the practice part. This is the practice part. So like a role-playing multilingual meeting. So you can students can be divided into groups and assigned different meeting roles. There should be a presenter, participant, moderator. You can change the roles that they can have. What's important is that in the assigned roles to them, they can engage in translanguaging strategies. No? After the role play, you ask the students to reflect on how language use helped or hindered the meeting, particularly using the first language. And then after the role-playing multilingual meetings, it can be followed by designing a translanguaging friendly meeting. If in the first version, it shows a lot of challenges and issues when engaging in translanguaging meetings, in your step 4, it has to be the more organized, a smoother version, a translanguaging friendly version of that meeting. So students will work in teams to create a meeting plan, and then you post some important key questions like how will the meeting support non-native English speakers, because in that particular meeting, there are those who are not very good at English and there are those who are very, very good at English. So this question is very crucial. What translanguaging strategies will be used? And how can participants use multiple languages without confusion? Of course, by having certain guidelines there. And then you can also have a presentation. No? So each group can share their plan with the class. And then after that translanguaging friendly meeting, again, you can end the lesson with a reflection and debriefing, asking the students to write a reflection essay focusing on how translanguaging help communication, the strategies that work best for making the meetings more inclusive, and how can they apply these skills in real life meetings. After the individual writing of reflection, then you can also proceed to whole class discussion focusing on why some companies resist multilingual meetings and how can employees advocate for translanguaging friendly spaces. So there, when it comes to, you also have to consider curricular considerations. You can think about the curricular considerations also. So number 1 is try to develop transcultural communicative competence through both formal education and real-world interactions. Thereby, it offers a more balance between supporting and challenging growth. Try to incorporate also both the classroom-based learning of transcultural communication, which can improve learners' awareness about it. The real-world interactions, which may foster procedural knowledge as well, and the lived experience of improving interaction with others in real time. Another consideration is try to accept that developing transcultural competence takes time, no? Both in the short term, which includes tasks, uh, tasks should allow in-depth investigations of transcultural communication and foster sustained thinking. Could be short-term, can be long-term also, like expectations for progress need to be reasonable. And then the last one is, as multilingual subjects themselves, teachers like you should reflect on what you like and dislike about language teaching and how your emotions may shape your pedagogical practice. So I think what's important here is that just to summarize these two important points, when you try to apply transcultural communication in ELT, there has to be two levels. Number one is at the curriculum level. So you try to integrate these concepts into the English curriculum. And of course, this English curriculum now will then be the basis of the teachers when they implement the notion of transcultural communication in their respective classroom. So it has to be a two-way approach, no? Starting from the theoretical basis, which is sociocultural theory, critical pedagogy, and translanguaging theory. So you try to choose which theoretical perspective would you adopt. It can be a combination of two or a combination of all. And then after clarifying the theoretical basis or theoretical framework for the classroom implementation, revisit your curriculum. And then after revisiting and revising the curriculum, you implement what's in the curriculum through the lessons that you will be implementing in your respective classrooms. Okay, so there. Let I also want you to experience crafting a lesson. I think we have sufficient time for this particular activity. So if you can probably prepare, it can be an outline only, no? You don't have to make it very, very comprehensive, but try to come up with a lesson plan based on one of the three theories that we have discussed. You can anchor on sociocultural theory, critical pedagogy, or translanguaging theory. But you can also combine two or all of these theories when you outline your lesson. So your lesson should focus on any topic of your preference. Could be vocabulary, could be grammar, could be a particular language skill. And then after you have prepared your lesson outline, I will ask you to briefly present your output to your classmate, and let's see if there will be some question and answer period after the presentation. I'll probably give you around 15 minutes to come up with your lesson outline. You can just do this in pairs so that it would be more time efficient. So since we have how many students here? We have 8. So you just look for a partner and then come up with a lesson outline, no, that you will be presenting in a while. You can have your own style. The one that I have presented is just my own style in outlining the lesson. But in your case, you can have your own style. It really depends on your orientation. Okay, so do you have any clarification regarding the activity? Okay. Can we start the sharing now of the sample lessons that you have, outlines that you have prepared?
Yes, Professor.
Yep.
So can I share for me and my group, Navia?
Okay, that would be great. Yeah, sure.
So what about, okay. So we just speak, no need to share to the screen, right?
If you can share it on screen, that would be better, I think.
Okay. So maybe I will share. Then you need to stop sharing your screen. Maybe.
Oh, yep. Mm-hmm. There.
So please, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yep, it's clear.
Thank you, Doctor. So myself and Navia, we are presenting on the lesson Transcultural Communication in the context of immigration and cultural integration.
Mm-hmm.
So this lesson is 2 hours lesson. So the objective of the lesson is that by the end of the lesson, students should be able to explain the concept of transcultural communication and how it is important. Then they should also be able to apply the translanguaging theory to facilitate communication across different cultures. And lastly, the students should be able to analyze real-world example of immigration and cultural integration through the lens of transcultural communication. So the first part of it, so we have, I think, practically we have practically three different steps that we will follow. So the first step is that we'll look at the introduction to transcultural communication. So where we will explain the concept to the students. Yes. And then after that, after explaining the concept of transcultural communication, which is a process of communication where individuals from different cultural backgrounds interact and exchange ideas, values, and beliefs in a very fluid manner. And then we can now move straight away to mention very key aspects or key factors of transcultural communication, which are cultural adaptation, identity negotiation, and global communication. We move forward now to explain the role of translanguaging in transcultural communication. So we have now to define translanguaging to the students as the fluid use of multiple languages in a multilingual setting, the fluid use of multiple languages by the students in a multilingual setting. Yes. So now it's going to be very helpful to enhance communication across languages and cultures. So we also discuss how translanguaging theory can facilitate transcultural communication, especially in situations where people speak different languages but share similar cultural experiences. For example, how people mix languages. For example, they can use code switching, borrowing words in real-world situations such as family, work, and social gathering. For example, in Thailand, maybe people can can go to the immigration. They can mix both. If you are an English speaker, you can maybe mix English and Thai. And sometimes you can also use body language when maybe when you explain something and then the immigration officer doesn't understand the immigration, you can now use body language maybe to explain your worry to the immigration officer. And it's a two-way traffic. The immigration officer can also use body language to explain some certain concept to you, especially in situations where they have language language gap. Then we go now to the second aspect, which is now which concerns about exploring the social topic. So we know that immigration and cultural integration, they are very important in international setting. So I would like us to watch this video a little, just a very short video that I research and see that it can fit this lesson. So before we come back, okay, can you see? Okay. Look at the dressing of the people, and maybe most importantly, you will see that these are people from different cultures. So I would not like to continue from here. We can now see that at the airport or even at local immigration, the immigration officer will have interaction with people from different cultures. So that's just the concept that I want the student to understand about transcultural communication. So I will share, then we go back. I will stop sharing, then we go back to our lesson. Stop. Okay. All right, so that's it. So we have that short video. Then I can present a brief introduction to the social topic of immigration and cultural integration. So it's important to explain also to the student how immigration creates a need for transcultural communication, especially when immigrants interact with the host culture. For example, I myself, when I came to Thailand. So I also discussed the challenges that immigration face in language use, cultural difference, and communication. Then we can also now have video case studies that show a short video which provide a case study of an immigration community of an immigrant community integrating into a new country. For example, I still take myself as an example when I came to Cameroon, or we can still take another example of Americans that are in Thailand and stuff like that. So the video should include scenes where translanguaging occur naturally. Yes, maybe in family interaction, workplace communication, or social context, in a social event. After the video, we can now ask the student to reflect on how translanguaging helped or hindered communication in the context of cultural integration. And that's it. We can now also have group discussion. So when it concerns group discussion, we can now break the student or divide the student into small groups to discuss based on the following questions, the following 3 questions. So the student can discuss on how transcultural communication play a role in integrating immigrants. You can also discuss by giving some example of translanguaging practices. that they have seen in real life or in the media. They can also discuss about how the practices affect success of cultural integration or transcultural integration. So now the last part of it, which is the application of translanguaging theory into practice in order to enhance transcultural communication. So the first one is that the students can be allowed to do a group activity where they can analyze a case study. So the student can be provided with a case study of an immigration who navigates cultural integration, that's immigration officer or that navigates cultural integration through transcultural communication. Then the second one is, can ask the student to analyze a case study using translanguaging theory of Garcia, focusing on communication strategies used by the immigrants in adapting to the host culture. Then we can also have it that in each group, we can have each group have students identify key instances where translanguaging facilitates or hampered communication and how cultural differences were handled. And then they can now present their work to the whole class. And then also they can open room for discussion. So, okay, then we have the conclusive part of it, which is mostly the reflection. So the student can recap the key concepts and summarize the main points that have been discussed. Then lastly, they can also have a reflective activity where students are asked to reflect individually on lessons and write down answers to the following questions. So they can answer questions like, how can translanguaging enhance communication in your own life or community? They can also ask questions like, what are some practical ways to use translanguaging to foster understanding in multicultural settings? So then the assessment can be based on group discussion and case studies analysis. So maybe each group can be giving a video for them to watch and analyze, or they have different criteria in which they can do this they can be assessed. So then they can also present on application of translanguaging in a given case study. They can write reflection at the end of the lesson. So these are the ideas that myself and Navia came up with. Professor Jessie?
Oh, so I'm muted. Anyway, so thank you for that. Thank you for that presentation. So one thing I've noticed in that outline is that transcultural communication and translanguaging are taught as a topic or subject and not as a skill, and that's an interesting way of how you present these two concepts directly, as in like it's not the when you are an English teacher, you have this particular topic like reading, writing related to macro skills, and in those macro skills or micro skills like grammar and vocabulary, you integrate transcultural communication and translanguaging. But in this lesson, what happened is that the actual concept of cultural communication and the actual concept of translanguaging are taught to the students. So perhaps I would assume that the target students here are those students who are specializing in language studies or language and communication. But what I love about the presentation is that the airport context. No, I think that's a very good idea on how we can possibly teach translanguaging and trans communication to our students, although it can also be very much applicable in the context of intercultural communication. I was just curious about, because one of your objectives is to analyze real world. What is that again? The third objective.
Okay, the third objective is to analyze real-world example of immigration and cultural integration by using transcultural communication. And why I came up with this topic is because one of the courses that I'll be teaching next semester is English for International Communication. So I think that this kind of topic will be useful for that course. So if there's something that you might have to chip in relation to this idea, I'll be grateful. Thank you.
Yep. So the video that you have presented is related to the third objective that you have. Am I right? Okay. Anyway, thank you so much for that presentation of your outline. I think that would be a very useful for students who are specializing in like language and communication, dealing with a specific course that you have mentioned a while back. Okay, how about another group?
Yeah，瑞敏可以看到了吗？不能问，没看到。Hello, doctor.
Yep. This is
I
reading.
represent our group for the rest of the classmates. This is a lesson plan for college English reading based on social cultural theory. As we learned, the theory basis is social cultural theory by Vygotsky. It emphasizes that the learning is a social activity influenced by cultural context. In English reading teaching, students' reading comprehension can be enhanced through social interaction and cultural-related discussions. With the help of more knowledge, more knowledgeable peers and teachers within the zone of proximal development. So the lesson title is Reading and Understanding Cross-Cultural Articles, and the level is college level. Duration is 90 minutes. The teaching objectives are as follows. First one, knowledge objectives. Students should be able to understand the main idea and details of cross-cultural English reading materials. Number two, students should master the relevant vocabulary and expressions related to cross-cultural topics. The ability objectives to improve the students' reading skills, such as skimming, scanning, and inferring meaning from the context. Number two is to develop students' ability to analyze and discuss cross-cultural issues through group interactions. And the emotional objectives to cultivate the students' interest in cross-cultural knowledge and enhance their cultural awareness. Also foster their sense of cooperation and communication in group activities. The key points for this class Number one, guiding students to understand and analyze cross-cultural reading text. Number two, promoting students' interaction and discussion in the process of reading comprehension. The difficult points are as follows. Number one, help students overcome their cultural barriers in reading and deeply understand the implicit cultural meanings in the text. Number two, encourage students to actively participate in group discussions and express their own views on cross-cultural issues. The teaching methods include cooperative learning and scaffolding method. The teacher should organize the students into groups for discussion and sharing, enabling them to learn from each other, and provide the appropriate guidance and support to the students according to their actual levels to help them improve their reading comprehension. And there will be also some teaching aids, such as the selected cross-cultural English reading materials. Maybe it's textbook or online resources. Also, there will be some multimedia equipment for presenting relevant cultural background information. Here is the teaching procedure. Step one, pre-reading. At the beginning of the class, the teacher should ask the following questions about cross-cultural topics to arouse the students' interest, such as what are the most obvious cultural differences you have noticed between China and the Western countries? Have you ever encountered misunderstandings due to cultural differences in communication? And also invite some students to share their thoughts briefly. Then is the cultural background introduction part. We can use multimedia to present relevant cultural background knowledge related to the reading material, such as the cultural traditions, values, and communication styles of the target cultures. This could help the students build a context for the upcoming reading and reduce the potential culture-related comprehension difficulties. The second step, which lasts for 20 minutes, is the reading period. In this step, the first little step, sub-step, is to skim, distribute the reading material to students, and ask them to skim through the text quickly within 5 minutes to get the main idea and the overall structure. Instruct them to pay attention to the title, headings, subheadings, and the first and last paragraphs. Then is scanning. Ask them to scan the text to find specific information according to the questions provided by the teacher, such as the key facts, the names, the numbers. Then give them about 10 minutes to complete it. The third step is for the group discussion part. We should divide the students into 4 to 5 groups, then provide some discussion topics related to the reading material, such as the examples, the questions like, how do cultural differences described in this paper affect people's daily lives and work? What similarities, differences can you find between the culture in the text and your own? And can you think of any solutions to bridge the cultural gaps mentioned in this text? Instruct them to discuss the topics within their groups in English and encourage them to share their opinions and also listen to the others. Walk around the classroom to observe their discussions in groups. Also try to offer some guidance and help when they encounter language or understanding problems, and encourage more reserved students to participate into the discussion. The next step is for the students to present and also class discussion. So first is the group presentation. Every group selects a representative to present the group's discussion result to the whole class. The presentation should be no more than 5 minutes. After each group's presentation, initiate a class-wide discussion. The other students can ask questions, express different opinions, or add more relevant examples. The teacher can be a facilitator, guiding the discussion, clarifying misunderstandings, and also summarizing the key points. Next step is the reflection summary. Just as this theory guides us, we should have the individual reflection part. The students should spend a few minutes to reflect on what they have learned in this class, including the vocabulary, the reading skills, the knowledge about cross-cultural differences. Instruct them to write down their thoughts briefly. Then the teacher make a summary. The teacher should summarize the main content of the reading material, the key points of the cross-cultural knowledge, and the important reading and discussion skills learned in this class. Then emphasize the importance of cultural awareness in English reading and communication. And in the end of the class, the teacher can leave the homework or assignment to the students, ask them to find another cross-cultural English article related to the topic discussed in class, and ask them to write a reading summary in about 200 to 300 words. Then encourage them to share their summaries with their classmates next time. So that's all for this lesson plan of the English reading. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Okay, thank you for this presentation of your lesson outline. Unlike the first group, your lesson is you have integrated the concept of transcultural communication into reading. And what I love about this outline is that you have very clear, very good focus and very clear objectives. And you have also clearly anchored the activities that you have presented on sociocultural theory, like by incorporating scaffolding. You have also incorporated collaborative learning, I think, as well as cooperative learning. I just have one question about this lesson. How can the students probably practice transcultural communication while they are engaging in reading activities?
Yes, Doctor. So you mean how could the students use the languaging skills, right?
Transcultural communication.
Transcultural communication.
Yeah, while engaging in reading activities.
When they discuss with each other in groups, and they present in the class, maybe they can use transcultural skills for the presentation and for the class discussion part.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for this presentation. If we still have time, we can still continue with the presentation, but I don't know if are we ending the session now, or do we still have to continue the presentation?
I think this has just brought us to the end of this workshop, except that you just have some final words. So, but
okay.
before maybe you say some final words, I would very much thank you on behalf of our batch, that's batch 4, and this draw us close to the end. And I would like to invite the PhD in ELT chair, Associate Professor Dr. Akarapon Maikom, to deliver the closing remark. Thank you very much again, Professor, for your lecture, and we hope to see you sometime again. So, Prof. Dr. Ek.
Thank you. Smith, today webinar MC. Thank you very so much for your very wonderful performance. So from the morning session until now, I'm very certain that you have learned a lot and obtained a lot of things that will be useful and applicable to your current study. Whatever presented by Professor Jessie today is very informative and insightful. And energetic participation of my students also very appreciated. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. So now it's time to end our webinar. Professor Jessie, please kindly send to me your PowerPoint and forward it to my students in case they would like to review it and rewatch it again. Thank you very much in advance. Regarding the record webinar, thank you very so much, my colleague, Assistant Professor Subhit, who kindly record this webinar for us. Before distributing this webinar to the public, I will check it again in order to avoid some errors. Thank you, Mr. Subhit. Now, I would like to invite you in advance, Professor Jessie, if possible, please do come to visit us in person at Buriram Rajabhat University campus. Our next semester will be commencing in July. So from today, about 2 or 3 months, it will be a long holiday for us at our university. The next term of our PhD program will be commencing in July, and from July until September. And also we are going to have the new batch of students as well, that is batch 5. So on behalf of Buriram Rajabhat University and HUSOC faculty, and also PhD program in ELT, I would like to thank you very so much for your insightful lecture today. I would like to ask my students and our participants, please join me in giving a big round of applause to express our sincere thanks to Professor Jessie. Thank you so much. And please allow me to declare today's webinar officially closed. Thank you. Stay healthy.
Thank you.
Keep in
Thank
touch.
you.
See you next time. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ajahn Ek. Hope to see you soon. And thank you so much also to the students, and despite the distance that we have right now, because this is an online webinar, we were able to pull it off. And hopefully I will see you all when I visit you there at Buriram Rajabhat University. And I'm pretty sure that it will be a more engaging and more intimate session with you, because it's a face-to-face interaction with the students and the professors at your university. So looking forward to meeting you all very, very soon.
Thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.